The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 10th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Greg Pence to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize the members from lists submitted by majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Speaker, permission to address the House for 5 minutes.
Recognized. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of an extraordinary West Texan and legendary Red Raider, Mr. Roy Don Cash, who passed away recently on August the 25th. Born to Billy Roy and Billy Mae Cash in a little West Texas town of Shamrock, Texas in 1942. And let me tell you, there was nothing little about Big Don Cash, his stature, his presence, his character, his love for God and country. He'd make his way to Texas Tech, where he met and married another West Texan who would become his wife, Sandra K. Burleson. After graduating from Texas Tech, he was blazing the trail in the oil and gas industry, became a titan for United States energy and its contributions to our energy independence, giving our nation and our people a quality of life second to no other nation in the history of the world. He was also one of the most generous supporters and donors of Texas Tech University, not just with his treasure, but with his time and his talents. He gave back by serving on the foundation board. I think he is the only emeritus director of the foundation board, which speaks to how they perceived Mr. Cash. He gave back in scholarships and professorships and buildings and research and much, much more. He was the epitome of a Texas cowboy, and he was passionate about preserving the history and heritage of ranching through his time on the Ranching Heritage Association Board of Directors. Don was a dear friend of mine, and I would refer to him as the last John Wayne. I was Vice Chancellor at Texas Tech. He and Kay were integral to the success that we enjoyed over that roughly decade era when Chancellor Kent Hance was at the helm. And I think Chancellor Hance would say we wouldn't have been able to achieve the level of educational excellence, engagement of our community in West Texas and beyond, and scholarship, and preparing our young people for their leadership and pursuit of their dreams in this great country if it weren't for people like Don and Kay Cash. But he was the last John Wayne in my mind because he was rugged and tough. He was fiercely independent, humble and hardworking, and most of all, loving and selfless. Loving and selfless to his family, to his friends, and to the community he gave so much to over the many, many years of his life back in West Texas. They don't make him like Don Cash anymore, I can tell you that, Monica. They don't make him like Don Cash, and it's a crying shame because we need the character and caliber of men like Don Cash now in this great nation of ours more than ever. So I guess what I'd say to honor my friend is may Don Cash's cowboy spirit and his West Texas values live on forever, not just in his son Clay and his sweet daughter-in-law Ashley and his grandchildren, but in every single one of us. Because if you want to know what made America great, what will keep it great, it's the values of the American people. And nobody embodied those like Don Cash. Mr. Speaker, I also want to recognize and honor and commemorate Bill Pascrell. I'm a Republican, he's a Democrat, but I don't know anybody, Republican or Democrat, that loves their country more and fought for the people they represented like Billy Pascrell. Man, you talk about a tough guy from New Jersey that stood up for the working people in his district and was a loud and proud voice for his constituents. I just respect that. I respect that he was authentic. In this place full of so many plastic people, and I hate to say that, but it's just people regurgitating the party lines on both sides of the aisle. We hardly have any real debate. It's all sort of choreographed. Mr. Speaker, God rest Billy Pascrell's soul and bless his family and comfort them. I pray we get more Billy Pascrell people who are real and love this country and will sacrifice for it. I'm glad and honored to have served with him. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I request permission to address the House for 5 minutes and advise the Senate.
Gentleman's recognized without objection.
Today is World Suicide Prevention Day and Firearm Suicide Prevention Day. In 2022, almost 50,000 Americans died by suicide. 1.6 million Americans attempted suicide. More than half of all gun deaths in the United States are by suicide. On average, we lose 74 people to a firearm suicide every single day. And the firearm suicide rate among children in the U.S. is growing. More younger Americans are struggling with their mental health than ever before. And we know that when there's a gun in the home, the risk of suicide death jumps by 300%. The result is tragedy. Each of us here in this chamber has an enormous responsibility to serve here in Washington and to help Americans. Yet Americans are dying, and we're doing little to stop it. Something is seriously broken. Gun deaths are not just a fact of life we should accept. Every gun death is preventable, including self-inflicted ones. 70% of those who survive a suicide attempt will never attempt it again. That's a remarkable statistic. 70% of those who survive a suicide attempt won't try it again. Reducing gun deaths in our country isn't a zero-sum proposition. We have to address gun safety and the mental health crisis. It's not getting too political or a cop-out to talk about both. First and foremost, reducing firearm-related suicides can be as simple as storing firearms safely and securely, which means locked, unloaded, and separated from ammunition. Simple, practical steps can reduce impulsive decisions and save lives. The 988 Mental Health Lifeline is already making a huge difference. Not only are millions of Americans calling and texting to get help in a moment of crisis, but even more, simply know where to get help if they need it. We also have to get back to watching out for one another, to building strong, resilient communities where people aren't lonely and isolated behind their screens, and where friends and neighbors recognize the signs when someone is struggling and find the courage to speak out. We can stand together to create a future where no one feels like they have no other choice. Together, we can offer hope, and together, we can save lives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's with immense sadness that I rise today to mark the passing of one of my very best friends, a true community and family man and a beloved member of my entire community, Dr. Robert W. Petrie. One of my dearest friends, Bob, and I bonded over so much: our love for outdoors, fishing, hunting, of food and travel, and most importantly, our bonding over family. Bob was a loving husband to Rosie and father to Katie, Robbie, and Denise. Yet, for a man who lived such a full life in the nearly 73 years the good Lord provided him, Bob's greatest prize on this earth may have well been his grandchildren, who he spent a great deal of time with and took a great deal of pride in being with them. All those who knew and loved him will forever miss Bob Petrie. His legacy, the Petrie Way, will live on in those who served in his practice, those he loved, raised, and inspired throughout his life like he inspired me. Madam Speaker, as we say farewell for now to this wonderful man, we will keep Rosie, Katie, Robbie, and Denise, and the entire Petrie family close by and embrace them in our own families. And we will forever be grateful for the life of Robert Petrie, and one day we will see him again. God bless you, Bob. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor a longtime staff member of my office, Joyce Fleming, and to offer her my most heartfelt congratulations on her retirement. Joyce embodies what it means to be a public servant. As an outreach and constituent caseworker in my Beaverton office for the past 12 years, she treated all Oregonians with courtesy, respect, and empathy. Like most of our best congressional staff, Joyce understands that advocacy for our constituents often takes more time and effort than one letter or phone call. She patiently navigated federal agencies, looking for creative solutions to complex problems, and she explored every avenue possible to find a positive outcome for the people we serve in Northwest Oregon. In fact, during the last town hall meeting I hosted, it seemed that more constituents showed up to see Joyce and to seek her out for assistance and to talk with me. I'm grateful for her work serving the 1st District of Oregon during the past 12 years. But Joyce's career in public service began well before my service in Congress and has spanned decades. Joyce began her congressional career in the office of U.S. Senator Mark Hatfield, before we had email and iPhones. Senator Hatfield was a former governor who spent 30 years in the U.S. Senate and ultimately chaired the powerful Appropriations Committee. He was a special kind of public servant, a statesman who worked across the aisle and focused on getting things done for Oregonians. Joyce's service has followed this model. She also spent more than 12 years in the Oregon office of my friend and colleague, Congressman Earl Blumenauer, and took a brief hiatus from federal service before coming to work in my Oregon office in 2012. A talented professional, Joyce was always one of the first staffers on my team who has always conducted herself with kindness and with integrity. She has helped guide and mentor many new staff members and has been a steadfast advocate for the people of Northwest Oregon. In closing, and on behalf of my entire team and the people in Northwest Oregon, I would like to reiterate my gratitude and appreciation to Joyce Fleming, who made it possible for me to do my job well and to help the people I am so honored to represent. Joyce, I congratulate you on your retirement and on your exemplary career serving the people of our state and country. Thank you. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to a recent report from the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General putting the Biden-Harris two-tiered justice system on full display. The recent report reveals that the FBI inadequately handled sensitive and classified materials. I repeat, the FBI mishandled classified documents according to their own Inspector General report. According to the memo, quote, electronic storage media slated for disposal are not physically secured. Non-accountable assets slated for destruction were stored on pallets without sufficient internal physical security for an extended period of time. For example, a pallet containing extracted external hard drives marked non-accountable had been stored for 21 months and had wrapping that was torn and left open, close quote. As you can see on the poster, the report continues, quote, the facility is shared with other FBI operations such as logistics, mail, and information technology equipment fulfillment, and had almost 400 persons with access as of May 2024, including 28 task force officers and 63 contractors from at least 17 companies. Both the FBI supervisor and contractor confirmed that they would not be aware if someone was to take hard drives from the pallets because these assets are not accounted for or tracked. Close quote. Madam Speaker, think about that last line. An FBI supervisor admitted that if someone took a hard drive containing classified information from the pallet pictured in the poster next to me that almost 400 people had access to, no one would ever know. Pictured is a pallet full of sensitive electronic storage media, which most likely includes hordes of classified information. It's hard to know because the FBI didn't bother to mark the media in this pallet with standard classified markings. If you look closely, the pallet is marked non-accountable, which is a perfect metaphor for the Biden-Harris FBI. Unaccountable. Unfortunately, this is yet another example of the Biden-Harris two-tier justice system. The FBI was giddy to rush to prosecute the former president for allegedly mishandling classified information, yet when the FBI is caught red-handed mishandling classified information by their own inspector general, there has yet to be a single charge filed, leaving Americans wondering if there will ever be any accountability. Will the FBI agents responsible for mishandling classified material be criminally prosecuted? Will anyone hold senior leadership at the FBI accountable for allowing for the widespread mishandling of classified information? Rules for thee, but not for me, seems to be the motto at the J. Edgar Hoover building these days. As a result of these troubling revelations, I have sent a letter to FBI Director Wray highlighting the hypocrisy of the FBI's swift action against the former president, while individuals at the FBI have mishandled classified information with no accountability at all. Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter the text of my letter to Director Wray into the congressional record.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it's time to end the two-tier justice system in America, exemplified by the FBI's prosecution of those considered political enemies by the Biden-Harris administration, while the FBI has now been caught mishandling classified information in hordes. I hope that the relevant congressional committees will hold hearings on this matter, and I call on FBI Director Wray to respond back to my letter as quickly as possible, addressing the issues that I have outlined. And I am sorry to the American people for this abhorrent two-tier justice system that we see on display from the Biden-Harris FBI and the Biden-Harris Justice Department. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards nominees for the office of president, including by making reference to other sources that would have been out of order if spoken in the member's own words. The chair from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize the vibrant Hispanic community that makes Southern Nevada an incredible place to live, work, and raise a family. Hispanic Americans make up nearly a quarter of my district and over 30% of Nevada. They are a testament to the American dream that makes our nation so strong. From businesses of all sizes, Southern Nevada would not be the same without the entrepreneurship and dedication of our local Hispanic community. Folks who literally built Vegas from the ground up and continue to be an enormous part of our one-of-a-kind 24/7 economy. But of course, these proud Nevadans aren't just creating businesses, they are transforming our local economy, fostering inclusive growth, and bridging cultural gaps between our communities. I look forward to continuing to work alongside our families and strengthen our Hispanic voices and complement their hard work at home with the economic resources they need. I look forward to being back in Southern Nevada soon to celebrate this important month together. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of working families across Southern Nevada. I'm talking about casino workers who work weekends, healthcare workers who often have to work through the night, or entrepreneurs who take no breaks trying to launch their new businesses. Each and every one of these parents are trying to do what should be a basic right in this country, to work one job and raise a family. But in order to do that, they need more money in their pockets and access to quality childcare. And we have a tool that can help make that a reality. It is expanding the child tax credit. That's why I was proud to vote for exactly that in the bipartisan tax package earlier this year that will lower costs and keep more money in Americans' pockets. Sadly, there are an extremists right here in Congress who disagree. They want to cut the child tax credit, a proven tool for helping families who are struggling to make ends meet. And if Congress does not act, these extremists will win and the child tax credit will be slashed. I'm calling on the Senate to get this legislation to the President's desk and deliver the relief that working parents in Southern Nevada and beyond need. Thank you, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary young man, Caleb Gilbert, the world champion of the 86th Annual All-American Soapbox Derby in Akron, Ohio, where he represented Harrisonburg, Virginia, to claim first place in the Super Stock division. Starting at just 7 years old, Caleb has dedicated countless hours to this sport, logging thousands of miles up and down the East Coast to compete in every kind of weather, rain, shine, and even snow. Last year, he became the national rally point champion in the stock division, racking up an impressive 1,198 points. His family, his father Ron, his mother Mary, and his younger sister Gracelyn have been his steadfast support, being by his side as he spent hours meticulously assembling and calibrating his car, which was painted to echo the iconic guitar of Eddie Van Halen. The Soapbox Derby community is full of camaraderie, helping to keep the spirit of this uniquely American tradition alive. Caleb has received mentorships from engineers in the automotive and aviation industries, and he's built lasting friendships with fellow competitors from around the country. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating Caleb Gilbert, our All-American Soapbox Derby world champion. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the North Cross School boys tennis team in Roanoke, Virginia for winning the 2024 Virginia Independent Schools Athletic Association Division II State Championship. This momentous win marks a historic three-peat for the Raiders, who went 16-1 this season and now have added a fifth boys tennis state championship to North Cross School's trophy cabinet. The roster, consisting of Tyler Bloomfield, Attilio Chikazi, James Davey, Jacob Juneau, Christian Lang, George Luger, Henry Luger, Shar Nanda, Anderson Ratliff, Sam Schaefer, Paul Schaefer, Nikhil Sharigami, and Abram Sherman, exemplified the values of hard work and perseverance. Their individual and collective achievements serve as a true testament to their commitment to excellence. Commend North Cross School head coach Jim Schaefer and assistant coach Ryan Schlachter for their unwavering dedication to nurturing a team of such extraordinary talents. I want to highlight the remarkable accomplishments of first team All-State members Henry Luger and George Luger, and second team All-State Jacob Juneau and Tyler Bloomfield. Madam Speaker, I once again want to congratulate the North Cross Raiders boys tennis team on this incredible accomplishment, and I wish them the best for seasons to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and work of the late Patricia Buckley Moss. Widely known as P. Buckley Moss, or Pat, she was born and raised in New York, where she received her fine arts and graphic design degrees. She later moved to Waynesboro, Virginia in 1964 with her husband and children, and it was here that she drew some of the greatest inspirations for her art. From scenic landscapes with flocks of Canadian geese to the campuses of our alma maters, and especially the Mennonite and Amish subjects who became synonymous with Pat's art, her paintings perfectly captured the nostalgic feelings of home for so many Shenandoah Valley residents. Her ability to portray these familiar sights in a way that resonated with her audiences earned her the nickname, the People's Artist. Her talents extended to numerous philanthropic efforts, and she became a role model and champion for children's causes. Many local students will remember her visits to their art classes or her yearly invitations to decorate the barn's Christmas tree with ornaments of their own design. Through the donations of her art and the work of the P. Buckley Moss Society, over $2 million have been raised for charities, endowed scholarships, and grants to assist aspiring art students and teachers. Although Pat is no longer with us, her art and generosity will leave a lasting impact on the 6th Congressional District community. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Captur, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this year, the United States Mint began sales of the Greatest Generation commemorative coins to support the National World War II Memorial. This initiative was created through legislation I first introduced in 2019, and the President signed into law in 2022. There are 3 unique coin designs available, all emblematic of the service and sacrifice of brave American soldiers and civilians during World War II. These commemorative coins are sought out by World War II veterans, their families, by collectors, and by millions of our ordinary citizens. They serve as an important keepsake to honor those who fought valiantly and defended liberty against the forces of tyranny around the globe. They bequeathed liberty to us, if we can sustain it. Although the National World War II Memorial is only 20 years old, the passage of time has left its indelible marks. Lighting and water systems need to be replaced, discoloration along its fountains has appeared, and cracks have formed. The National Park Service, that oversees the maintenance of the memorial, does yeoman's work. The memorial is among the most visited sites in our nation's capital, however, approaching over 90 million visitors to date. Yet the Park Service has an over $20 billion backlog of other projects, too. The time is now to support this memorial for those still living today and for future generations to come. As authorized by Public Law 117-162, the sales price of each coin will include a surcharge payable to the Friends of the National World War II Memorial to support the National Park Service to maintain and repair the memorial and for important educational and commemorative programs. These commemorative coins are on sale now until the end of 2024. The 3 unique coins available all have methodically designed interpretations. The $5 gold coin features a section of the Wall of Stars with an olive branch. Each star on the wall represents 100 Americans who lost their lives in that war. The olive branch represents the peace that followed thanks to their noble sacrifice. The reverse tails design shows a folded American flag, such as one that would be presented at the funeral of a fallen service member. The dollar-silver coin features 6 figures working together to support the earth, illustrating the cooperation of each of our military branches as well as the Merchant Marine. The reverse design features a view from Victory Pavilion in the World War II Memorial, and the sculpture depicts 4 eagles holding a laurel wreath, within which is a globe centered on the Pacific Ocean. Finally, the $50 clad coin depicts the memorial from the point of view of a person walking up a ramp leading to one of the towers, and the head side reimagines the Victory Medal that was awarded to all who served in the armed forces during World War II. The figure of liberation stands with open arms holding 2 halves of a broken sword, symbolizing the war's conclusion. All surcharges obtained for these commemorative coins will go to the upkeep of this memorial and education about our 20th century's greatest achievement, the victory of liberty over tyranny. Thanks to my Senate colleague, Senator Mike Rounds, and the over 300 bipartisan co-sponsors in the House for supporting this legislation. If citizens wish to purchase coins, people may visit www.usmint.gov. In conclusion, we owe our freedom to the heroes and heroines of World War II. We know, clearly, tyranny has not left our earth. The new generation of Americans must understand what life outside America's borders is like. People call the World War II generation the greatest generation. I call them the most unselfish generation. When they came home, they carried forward the spirit of freedom that drove them to victory over the worst tyrants the world has ever known or confronted. Those spirits triumphed because they understood what it took to preserve liberty. Thus far, our world has achieved the longest peacetime era among great powers in world history because of them. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The
May
chair
their
recognizes
nobility-
the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Minnesota National Guard's 1st Combined Arms Battalion, 194th Armor Regiment, as they were recently awarded the Meritorious Unit Commendation Award, the Superior Unit Award, and the Presidential Unit Citation Award. These awards are given to units for heroism and outstanding achievement under extraordinary circumstances. We all remember the harrowing images of the evacuation of Afghanistan, which took place just 3 years ago. 13 American heroes lost their lives, and countless allies were left behind for the Taliban. If not for the 194th, things could have and would have been much worse. During the evacuation of Kabul, the 1st Combined Arms Battalion rescued over 124,000 American citizens, government employees, and Afghan allies in under 15 days. This Brainerd, Minnesota-based unit made a difference in the world. And because of them, families were reunited and lives were saved. As the husband of the Minnesota Air National Guard's 148th Fighter Wing's first female command chief, who deployed when she was called upon, I have long recognized the superiority of the Minnesota National Guard. I could not be more proud to represent these exemplary soldiers. America is blessed to have such courageous patriots in her ranks, and we in Minnesota are lucky that they call our state home. In closing, I want to thank the men and women of the 194th Armor Regiment for their service during this infamous time. God bless you all for your sacrifices, and God bless America. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Tokuda, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, on August 8th, Hawaii gathered to observe the one-year anniversary of the fires on Maui and in Lahaina. Today, as Congress reconvenes, I rise to honor and remember the family and friends that we lost. Their beloved mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren, brothers and sisters, friends and life partners. Their ages span almost a century, from our youngest Keiki, just 7 years old, to a cherished Kupuna, age 97. Many had lived their entire lives in Lahaina. Others chose to make Lahaina their home, having come from faraway places across the United States and abroad, like the Philippines, Mexico, and Scotland. Today I rise to read all 102 of their names into the congressional record. While they are no longer walking amongst us, they will never be forgotten by the family and friends they left behind, by our community, or by this Congress, in whose records their name will be forever remembered. Louise Abihai, Lori Allen, June Anbe, Angelica Baklig, Narcisco Belosis Jr., Vanessa Belosis, Melva Honeygirl Benjamin, Luz Bernabe, Maurice Shadow Buen, Buddy Joe Carter, Kirk Carter, Ediomede Pavian Castillo, Rex Cole, Lydia Coloma, Salvador Coloma, Alan John Constantino, Leticia Letty Constantino, Teresa Cook, Juan De Leon, Mary Lou Diaz, Virginia Virgie Dofa, Betty Jo Dykeman, Robert Dykeman, Jeannie Eliason, Po'omaikai Estores Lozano, Keyiro Fuentes, just age 14, Alfredo Galinato, Douglas Glegg, Donna Gomes, Michael Gordon, George Hall III, Carol Hartley, Claudette Hermance, Roxanne Ibarra Hinao, Rafael Imperial, Lorenzo Buddy Jontok II, Colleen Jones, Morris Kaita, Richard Cam, Mark Kaminsky, Paul Kaspersky, Valerie Kaufman, Albert Kitaguchi, Joseph Lara, Bibiana Bing Lutriana, Rogelio Mabalot Sr., Michael Mainen Smith, Lynn Moneybog, Douglas Matsuda Bocher, John Thumper McCarthy, Mike Misaka, Antonio Tony Molina, Michael Moreno, Tim Nakamoto, Todd Nakamura, David Nuesca Jr., Carolyn Ono, Matsuyuki Osato, Pablo Pagdiliao III, Tao Ponali, Bernard Portabes, Gwendolyn Kanani Puohu, June Mark Kiano, Felimon Kiano, Charlene Rabong, Rebecca Rands, Alfred Alfie Rawlings, Eugene Rocalizado, Justin Rocalizado, Maria Victoria Rocalizado. Justin, by the way, was just age 11. Dale Ann Richter, Rodolfo Rakutan, Lee Rogo, Conchita Sagudang, Danilo Sagudang, Edward Sato, Joseph Schilling, Anthony Tony Simpson, James Smith, Leslie Smith, Jonathan Somao Ung, Floyd Sinclair, Janet Sinclair, Freeman Tamlung, Terry Thomas, Carlo Tobias, Revelina Ribing Tombak, Fa'a Oso Tone, Malui Fonua Tone, Salote Tone, Tony Takafua. Tony was age 7. Franklin Frankie Trejos, Nicholas Nick Turbin III, Linda Vai Kelly, Angelita Angie Vasquez, Adela Valagas, Joel Valagas, Leroy Wagner, Clyde Wakita, Glenda Yabes, Todd Yamafuji, Glenn Yoshino. The Maui Police Department also maintains a list of the 2 people still accounted for as of February 13th, 2024. They are Robert H. Owens and Elmer Lee Stevens. As we continue our work to recover and rebuild Lahaina, may the happy memories of those we lost carry our community forward and inspire us to live each day in their honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today to mourn the loss of an extraordinary leader, Councilwoman Sonia Mendez of Seguin, Texas. Sonia served on the City Council since 2020 and served the city's residents with unwavering dedication. Her courage in the face of ALS was nothing short of inspiring. Even as the disease took its toll, she refused to slow down or let it define her. Her commitment to District 2 and her community never wavered, showing us the true meaning of service service, and resilience. Sonia's legacy will live on through the countless lives she touched and the work she did to make Seguin a better place. Let us honor her memory by continuing to serve with the same compassion and dedication she demonstrated every day. My thoughts and prayers are with her family, friends, and all those in Seguin who feel this tremendous loss. May she rest in peace. Today, I rise to honor and remember Army Specialist Lauro G. De Leon Jr. of Florenceville, Texas, who gave his life in service to our nation 20 years ago during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Lauro was just 20 years old and had a bright future ahead of him, yet he chose to serve his country with courage, knowing the risks, but driven by his deep sense of duty. In Iraq, Lauro faced fear and uncertainty, but his faith and love of his family sustained him. His mother, Grace, shared how prayer and faith in God guided him in his most dark moments. That unwavering faith is a testament to the kind of man Lauro was. Though 2 decades have passed, his sacrifice is still fresh and felt. Today, we remember Lauro's bravery, his love for his family, and his commitment to his great country. May we never forget his service, and may God continue to bless his family and all those who serve. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible milestone, Mr. Verlin Pop Magulin's 102nd birthday. For over a century, Pop has been a pillar of the Live Oak community and living there for 100 years. His life is a testament to hard work, family values, and dedication to the land he loves. Pop's farming legacy, from raising cattle to growing crops like peanuts and the famous Magulin's Slim's okra, has left a lasting mark on this county. We are also eternally grateful for his service to our nation during World War II. As we celebrate his 102nd birthday, we honor his dedication to family spanning 5 generations and his unwavering commitment to living life with joy and purpose. Pop's life has enriched others, and I wish him continued health and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend congratulations to City Manager Roy Rodriguez on his well-deserved retirement after more than 2 decades of remarkable service to the great city of McAllen. Roy's leadership has guided McAllen, Texas through an era of incredible growth, stability, and prosperity. Under his steady hand, the city has thrived, reaching new heights in financial strength and community development. Roy's commitment to the people of McAllen, Texas, will leave a legacy. As he closes this chapter, I hope Roy knows he has made a profound impact on the lives of so many. I wish him happiness, health, and a wonderful retirement. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a dedicated champion for Rhode Island's working families, Mr. George Nee. Last week, George publicly announced his retirement as president of the Rhode Island AFL-CIO. On October 11th, he will leave behind a towering legacy of over 50 years fighting for workers. George has often said that there can be no democracy without a vibrant union movement. It's why he has dedicated his entire career to securing economic opportunity and advancing social justice. As George prepares to hand over the reins, I'd like to honor his incredible story, rising from humble beginnings to become the face of organized labor in Rhode Island. George Nee found his calling at Boston College in the 1960s. After meeting farm workers from California, he was inspired to make their cause his own. So inspired, in fact, that he dropped out of school as a 21-year-old to advocate for the cause full-time. George's early jobs involved coordinating Boston's successful grape boycott and later a lettuce boycott in Rhode Island. Thanks to his efforts, farm workers who spoke little to no English were able to secure better conditions and union contracts. He slept in church parishes, on office floors, and even in an abandoned building on Brown University's campus. It wasn't glamorous work, but George got the job done. His successful efforts introduced him to key players in the labor movement, including a soft-spoken man from Delano, Mr. Cesar Chavez. George was his driver and a bodyguard whenever he was in the area, and in the mid-1970s, George joined Cesar and 8 others in a pilgrimage across Southern California. Their courageous campaign to organize farm workers led to a tense standoff with growers armed with shotguns. But that's textbook George Nee. Never one to shy away from what's right. Never one to back down from a fight. So after returning to Rhode Island, George helped to organize an independent union for jewelry, clerical, and healthcare workers. This organization became the Service Employees International Union, or SEIU, Local 1199. George served as its founding president from 1976 to 1983. Madam Speaker, I have a personal connection to Local 1199. It's the same union my mom proudly joined when she worked as a nurse in Rhode Island's nursing homes. In 1983, George was hired by our statewide AFL-CIO. From staff representative to executive director to secretary-treasurer to his 15-year run as president, George has become synonymous with the union. And thanks to his leadership, Rhode Island AFL-CIO and its affiliates are now more than 80,000 strong. Our state consistently ranks as having one of the highest rates of union membership. And despite changes in the economy and a varying degree of appeal to organized labor, though it's at its most popular right now, George has kept the faith. He's been tireless, relentless, devoted, and a champion for workers and their families. Above all, he has never lost sight of the ultimate goal, to make sure that working people have a seat at the table whenever decisions are being made. I saw this firsthand when I worked as an advisor in the governor's office in Rhode Island several years ago. I'll never forget the quintessential image of George at the Rhode Island State House. It was roaming the halls and making the case to legislators about the need for critical protections, critical investments. George's accomplishments are too many to name with the time that I have remaining, but suffice to say that his dedication to our state will stand the test of time. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by quoting a portion of George's retirement letter, and I seek unanimous consent to insert it into the congressional record.
Without objection.
According to George, labor is the strongest countervailing force that stands up to the power of the business community with the goal of having a level playing field. We truly are the people's lobby. Truly, the people's lobby, never a bad cause to be fighting for. For decades, George Nee has been a mentor and a friend, a colleague and an advocate, and a fighter for the working people of Rhode Island. He will no doubt
time has
be
expired.
missed. On behalf of the hardworking men and women of the state of Rhode Island, I say thank you, George. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year in California, the state's air pollution regulator, known as CARB, which stands for the California Air Resources Board, finalized a new rule that would require freight railroads in the state to adopt zero-emissions locomotives for industrial use, such as in local yards and ports, by 2030, and for normal long-distance hauling by 2035. So it is now requesting a waiver from the Environmental Protection Agency to proceed. And I'll tell you why EPA should deny this. This EPA CARB rule would effectively require all locomotives to operate in a zero-emissions configuration when operating in California, including out-of-state locomotives that would come into California and then proceed back out again. So they would have to unhitch if you're one of these non-compliant locomotives at the border and bring other locomotives in just to drive into our state. So this regulation would limit the useful life of thousands of locomotives across the rail network and requires a transition to zero-emission technology. Even by CARB's own admission, this rule will drive many short-line railroad operators and rail lines out of business. CARB also admits this rule will be shifting the transport of goods to trucks, which ultimately are going to raise highway miles traveled and likely raise emissions from trucks and overall the whole window of emissions, because you can have many trucks hauling up to 80,000 pounds typically versus a railroad with the many tons they can haul efficiently, which I guess would be the opposite of the goal of CARB by causing a raise of emissions and vehicle miles traveled. Rail operators have not been able to acquire yet the full Tier 4 locomotives due to the availability, and the technology isn't even fully developed on Tier 4 locomotives yet. So CARB, once again, is jumping the gun to move to even more stringent standards than what is even available on Tier 4. Essentially, they're mandating Tier 5 locomotives when Tier 4 locomotives don't even fully exist yet. It's just amazing. It would make more sense for the bureaucrats at CARB to take a break from their carbon-neutral crusade and let rail operators come up to Tier 4 compliant standards. If they could make the Tier 4, you would already see a dramatic cut in emissions across the board. These Tier 4 locomotives are 85% cleaner than older technology, instead of pushing net zero locomotives, which seems to be the holy grail, on such a ridiculous timeline. Because of their obsession with net zero and carbon reductions, they have actually worked against their own goals, as I mentioned, with forcing into trucks and on and on. It is estimated that EPA approval would result in close to 65% of the nation's Class 1 railroad locomotive fleet by being banned from operating in California by the year 2030. And he knows that there's other states that are going to do monkey see, monkey do like California does. General Van Ovost, the head of U.S. Transportation Command, expressed concerns this regulation will negatively affect the economy and military readiness posture of moving military equipment as they need to. By reducing its ability to transport goods and military equipment in and out of the state from other parts of the country, or having a lack of locomotives to do so, military operations could be severely impacted by this regulation. Imagine, we can't move the material we need on a timely fashion because of a California rule if the U.S. EPA gives them this waiver. A large collection of national, state, and local agricultural groups has expressed great concern that this CARB rule poses a significant danger to U.S. agriculture and its ability to transport ag product domestically or to our ports. You may have noticed a few years ago there was a giant port problem in California, a slowdown of work, not an all-out strike, but a slowdown where many ag products were left on the dock so long, those that are more perishable, you're having rotting produce, rotting agricultural food that wasn't getting shipped out, or in some cases even shipped in. So Do we want to add to that problem with instead of the trucks at that time, having the railroads also be in that state? So it needs to be stated again that the technology required for these replacements does not yet exist for what would be called a Tier 5 locomotive. Freight railroads contribute only 0.5% to total U.S. emissions and about 1.7% to transportation-related emissions. All of this is to reduce the amount of CO2 in our atmosphere, which I'll remind you once again, which I've done many times on this floor, CO2 is only 0.04% of the gases of our atmosphere. When you look at the pie chart, it's that tiny little wedge in there that is typically listed as trace gases or other, along with krypton and water vapor. This rule will slow the food our farmers grow getting to our tables and ports for trade, and indeed, as I mentioned, rotting while sitting at the ports. It will delay and raise in price the materials used to build and heat our homes. And every stage, of course, of automobile
The gentleman's
production,
time has expired.
including EVs, will be slowed down as well by not being able to move these materials. Lots of problems. EPA denied this rule. I yield back.
Oh, there he is. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Reverend Lisa Wink Schultz, Office of the Senate Chaplain, Washington, D.C.
Let us pray. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within us. Bless your holy name. For you alone are holy, and all who live and breathe find their purpose in you. Let the light of your glory illuminate the paths we take today, that our feet will not go astray from your purpose. Send your light into the shadows of our lives, that we would turn from the darkness of our ill intent and choose the righteousness of your grace plan. Let the depth of your mercy seep into our souls, that we would be transformed by your love. In your compassion, may we discover who you have called us to be, and be inspired to want to live the lives in response to your steadfast loving kindness. Let the peace found only in you rule in our hearts and dwell in us richly, that with gratitude we would strive to live in harmony with one another, giving thanks to you in the living of this day, doing so in your most holy name. For it is in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
The House examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the fine gentleman from New York, Mr. Longworthy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the purposes. Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Ray County's 18 years of participation in the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Parton first founded the program in 1995 in Sevier County, where she grew up. The library provides a monthly book to children from birth until age 5 as a way to promote early literacy. In 2004, Dolly Parton worked with the governor and the Tennessee State Legislature to expand the program statewide. Tennessee is celebrating 20 years of public-private partnership between the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library to help children across our great state develop a solid foundation for literacy and love of reading from an early age. On September 11, 2006, the program was brought to Ray County, and in that time has graduated over 4,500 children. I congratulate the Ray County Library on this wonderful accomplishment and thank them for all they do to help the children of their community learn necessary foundational literary skills that will set them up for future success. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from the great state of Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the extraordinary service of Bruce Kendall, a man who has served as the president and CEO of the Economic Development Board for Tacoma-Pierce County. There's so many things I could say to recognize Bruce. I could speak to the phenomenal way in which he developed partnerships both within Pierce County and with neighbors in our region. I could praise the leadership he showed to shepherd our community through the pandemic and to ensure small businesses had the information and resources that they needed. I could express my gratitude personally for the role he played for me as a mentor when I worked with him at the EDB for 10 years before coming to Congress. But the main thing I want to convey today is that Bruce Kendall has changed lives. There are people in our region who have jobs today because of Bruce. There are families able to put food on their tables because of Bruce. Our community is stronger and more prosperous because of Bruce. Bruce Kendall has been a real difference maker, and for that, today on the House floor, I thank him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the great state of Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight something President Biden and I agree on for once. U.S. Steel must remain an American company. Steel is the backbone of our economy and is crucial to America's national and economic security. American bridges, railways, highways, and buildings are all built with, you guessed it, steel. U.S. Steel is American steel at its core, and it was once the largest steel producer in the world, a symbol of our global competitiveness. United States Steel should be owned by Americans. United States Steel should provide jobs to American workers. United States Steel should be here to forge America forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. This is not about being anti-Japan or any other nation for that matter. Instead, this is about being pro-America and protecting our economic future and our national security. A strong steel industry means a strong middle class with good-paying jobs and that support American families. We shouldn't sell out our workers or our future to foreign corporations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and expand my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the great state of New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Dr. Segundo Armando González Tamayo. He played a vital role in shaping the history of the Dominican Republic. Dr. Tamayo was a distinguished cardiologist, a committed patriot during a pivotal moment of that country and its fight for democracy. He was elected vice president in the first national elections after the fall of the Trujillo dictatorship. His service alongside President Bush from 1962 to 63 symbolized a time of great hope and transformation for the Dominican people. Though their tenure was cut short through a coup, the legacy remains. Dr. Tamayo's life was defined by service to his country, to medicine, and to democracy. We must remember his contributions. Mr. Speaker, his life's work continues to inspire all of us. I want to thank his family, Dr. Patria Gonzalez, his daughter, my good friend Fernando Oliver, and their children, for sharing this story with all of us. I yield back.
What purposes does the gentleman from the great state of South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, honorable person of Montana, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from the great state of South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 28th of this year, 3 patriotic Americans, Specialist Kennedy Layden Sanders, Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, and Specialist Breonna Alexandria Moffett, Georgia Army reservists, were murdered by Iranian drone attack in Jordan by Iranian puppet Hezbollah. Sadly, on June 27th, Biden denied their deaths. On March 13th, I sent a letter requesting a level of severity and number of injured in that attack. On July 19th, nearly 4 months later, by delay, the response was that with these 3 courageous American reservists from Georgia, an additional 74 service members were injured, including 68 diagnosed with traumatic brain injuries. These deaths must not be forgotten. We must achieve peace through strength, not wars through weakness. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce the existing border laws. Harris shamefully opened the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. Our sympathy to the family of Dr. Barbara Nielsen, the late State Superintendent of Education of South Carolina. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Rhode Island seek recognition? State, sorry. Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable career of George Nee, a good friend, father, grandfather, and tireless advocate for working Rhode Islanders, who is retiring as president of the Rhode Island AFL-CIO after 4 decades of service. George has dedicated his life to improving the lives of working people and their families. At 21 years old, he left college to work for the Farm Workers Union, helping to organize Boston's grape boycott in the late 1960s and lettuce boycott in 1971. He worked closely with renowned labor leader Cesar Chavez and saw firsthand how these boycotts improved the lives of workers. George then created an independent union of clerical workers, healthcare workers, and jewelry workers in 1976 that grew to more than 1,500 members. In 1983, he joined the Rhode Island AFL-CIO, working his way up from staff representative to president in 2009, leading more than 80,000 union members as the quintessential happy warrior on behalf of working people in Rhode Island. In addition to hundreds of fights for fair contracts, better wages, better benefits, George boldly led the Rhode Island AFL-CIO in support of marriage equality and stood for common sense gun safety laws. It is a real honor to recognize my friend George and to congratulate him on his impactful and tremendous career. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this August I conducted my annual farm tour, visiting 11 of the nearly 1,900 farms in my district. The farmers at Amherst Nurseries, Kitchen Garden Farm, Diamond Farm, Apex Orchards, Tip Top Orchard, Rattle Root Farm, Gove Farm, Pineo Family Farm, Community Harvest Project, Town Line Dairy, and Riddle Brook Farm produce everything from fresh fruits and vegetables to pasture-raised eggs and meat to cut flowers. Some are multi-generational family farms, while others are new operations with beginning farmers. Each farm approaches land stewardship with creativity and resilience and helps build community by supporting local food systems. I'm amazed by the determination of our farmers to ensure that they can provide for people in need. Mr. Speaker, our family farmers are committed to food security. They are making healthy food available and accessible, and we have a lot to learn from them about bolstering regional food systems. We need to do everything we can to support them so we can help them end hunger now. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to outline my concerns with H.R. 8333, the Biosecure Act, which I voted against last night. This bill, though well-intentioned, is poorly drafted and shows the deficit of proper process. The Biosecure Act would only apply to contracts subject to the Federal Acquisition Regulation System, that is, the Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs. This means that while Medicare and commercial plan beneficiaries could access the drugs comprehended by the Biosecure Act, veterans and service members could be alienated from treatments and cures that are available to other Americans. This bifurcation is not only unfair, it renders the disincentive to biotechs ineffective. This legislation also fails to provide due process so that Congress is not veering into potential bill of attainder challenges. In its form, the bill is not fit to function and makes no attempt to support a domestic CDMO or CRO industry. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from the great state of New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1430 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 88, House Resolution 1430. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 1398 to establish the CCP Initiative Program and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-45 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1425, to require any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly to be subject to Senate ratification. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-44 shall be considered as adopted in the House and the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1516, to establish Department of Homeland Security funding, restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with the Confucius Institutes, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security now printed in the bill, pursuant to Part 2 of House Report 118-319, an amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-46, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule, and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7980, to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to exclude vehicles the batteries of which contain materials sourced from prohibited foreign entities from the Clean Vehicle Credit. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 9456, to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 with respect to foreign investments in United States agriculture and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 9494, making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions of the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative McGovern, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 1430 provides for consideration of 6 measures: H.R. 1398, H.R. 1425, H.R. 1516, H.R. 7980, H.R. 9546, and H.R. 9494. The rule provides for H.R. 1398 to be considered under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Judiciary Committee or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for H.R. 1425 to be considered under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Foreign Affairs Committee or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for H.R. 1516 to be considered under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Homeland Security Committee, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 7980 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided between the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 9456 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided between the chair and the ranking minority member of the Agriculture Committee, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. And finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 9494 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided between the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The rule before us provides for consideration of 5 measures aimed at protecting the American people from the greatest threat to our sovereignty, our national security, and our prosperity, the Chinese Communist Party. Let's start with H.R. 1398, Protect America's Innovation and Economic Security from CCP Act of 2024. This bill will reestablish the CCP initiative at the Department of Justice, an effort that was originally established by President Trump, which successfully combated espionage, hacking, and theft of American trade secrets. And you know what? It worked. Under Trump's leadership, we saw 45 individuals convicted or plead guilty to espionage. But in yet another surrender to the woke mob, the Biden-Harris administration, with zero justification, they shut it down. They shut it down cold. They claimed it stoked anti-Asian bias. That argument is just not wrong. It's an insult to every American. Shutting down the China initiative proves that this administration cares more about appeasing the extreme left than it does our national security. H.R. 1398 will get us back on track, despite President Biden and Vice President Harris's refusal to do so. Now, while the Biden-Harris administration is shutting down efforts to prosecute spies, they're bending over backwards to negotiate a new pandemic accord with the WHO, an organization that sold out the United States and the world to the Chinese Communist Party during the COVID-19 pandemic. As of now, the pandemic accord the Biden-Harris administration is negotiating with the World Health Assembly is intended to tie our country to responsibilities and obligations overseen by an organization that lied for and covered for the Chinese Communist Party as it deceived the world about the origins and the spread of COVID-19. Now, let's not forget how, at the onset of COVID-19's pandemic in 2020, the WHO Director General visited Beijing and praised China for, quote, setting a new standard for outbreak control. Simultaneously, the CCP was busy arresting citizens for, quote, spreading rumors of a COVID-19 outbreak in Wuhan. That was in the first months of 2020. The WHO went along with the CCP's propaganda, and millions died from a pandemic whose spread could have been contained far earlier. H.R. 1425, the WHO Pandemic Preparedness Treaty without Senate Approval Act, would require that any pandemic-related convention of the WHO that purports to bind the United States must be considered and ratified by the Senate as a treaty subject to the requirements of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. Mr. Speaker, hardworking American taxpayers should not be subjected to sweeping new international agreements that could tie them to organizations like the WHO and policies that run contrary to their own interests without any real say in the matter. Additionally, under the rule, House Republicans have brought forward H.R. 1516, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. Since 2005, the Chinese government has sponsored Confucius Institutes at American universities, ostensibly to teach Chinese language and facilitate cultural exchanges. However, these institutes are a cover for the CCP's global influence and propaganda campaign. I've seen it in my own district. This bill will cut off Homeland Security funding for any university that maintains relationships with these entities. Now, let's be clear. The Chinese Communist Party's ultimate goal is to build the most advanced military in the world by 2049. And they're stealing our intellectual property to do so. House Republicans simply will not stand by idly and let that happen at our higher learning institutions. Next under the rule, we're considering H.R. 7980, the End Chinese Dominance of Electric Vehicles in America Act of 2024, which would put an end to the Biden-Harris sellout to China in the name of a Green New Deal. The Inflation Reduction Act opened the door for Chinese companies to profit from electric vehicle tax subsidies, leaving American families to foot the bill for these policies while China laughs all the way to the bank. We've seen the Biden administration's game. They claim to be tough on China, but behind closed doors, they're cutting deals that enrich the CCP. In its rulemaking on the electric vehicle tax subsidy, the Biden-Harris administration decided that, quote, unofficial ties to the Chinese Communist Party were perfectly fine for the Chinese entity wishing to qualify. Now, apparently, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the Biden-Harris administration have little understanding of how communist China works. Unofficial or official, for a company to operate and be successful, you must be subservient to the interests of the Chinese Communist Party. H.R. 7980 will put an end to this asinine America Last policy and ensure that vehicles with batteries sourced from foreign prohibited entities, like those connected to the CCP, do not qualify for this tax credit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 9456, the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act. 40 million acres of America's farmland are in the hands of foreign entities. As a representative of the hardworking family farmers in Western New York and the Southern Tier, I know firsthand the impact that foreign entities gobbling up American farmland can have on the success of our domestic farmers. It's driving the entry costs of potential new farmers to be higher with each passing year. The land where American farmers grow our food, our fuel, and fiber is precious and should be treated as such. H.R. 9456 will ensure that the Secretary of Agriculture has a seat on the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States and will require that the American people have a full understanding of just how much investment in our agricultural land is being pursued by China and entities connected to the Chinese Communist Party. This legislation, of which I am a proud co-sponsor, is an important first step in ensuring that the CCP, through its loyal entities, is not able to buy up our most precious commodity, our land, threatening our national security, our sovereignty, and our ability to feed ourselves. Food is security and will always be national security. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the rule before us includes consideration of H.R. 9494, a continuing resolution to extend government funding at current levels through March 28th, 2025. To date, the House has passed legislation to fund more than 70% of our federal government operations for fiscal year 2025. Meanwhile, Senate Democrats have failed to bring forward a single fiscal year 2025 appropriations bill to the floor. This continuing resolution avoids a government shutdown, but it also includes the SAVE Act, requiring proof of United States citizenship to vote in federal elections. Democrats' open border policies have turned our country into a sanctuary for illegal aliens, and now they want them to vote. The SAVE Act ensures that only American citizens decide America's future. The Democrats' open border policies have brought nothing but chaos and destruction to our communities as millions of illegal aliens have flooded into this country. The left's refusal to secure our borders is deliberate and a direct threat to our democratic institutions, as a growing number of non-citizens are registered to vote and have been found to vote in our local, state, and federal elections. By allowing non-citizens to vote, they dilute the voice of every American citizen, undermining what should be a free and fair election. Mr. Speaker, our country was built on the principles of freedom, fairness, and justice. This administration's policies are a slap in the face to every immigrant who's followed a legal path to citizenship, who have respected our laws, and who have earned their right to participate in our democracy. That is something we should all agree on, we should all support, and we should all fight for. It's simple common sense. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from New York for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this entire Republican majority has been one gigantic, complete, total failure. A complete mess from day one with these people in charge. It's an embarrassment. We've got 8 weeks left in the 118th Congress to do our legislative work. 8 weeks. And instead of doing something to make life better for anyone, or hell, even the bare minimum by stopping a government shutdown, we are considering a no-good stopgap resolution that extends funding into 2025. And you got to love this. You got to love this. The gentleman from New York is on the floor today trying to convince everyone to vote for the bill, when Republicans cannot even convince their own members to vote for it. I mean, seriously, every minute I look at my phone, I see another Republican defecting. Mr. Speaker, the Republican manager is wasting his time debating me. He needs to be debating his Republican friends who are coming out against the bill in droves. Clearly, they don't have the votes for this awful plan, so why are we wasting time here in this House on a bill that has no chance whatsoever of ever becoming law? Mr. Speaker, this is embarrassing for your side of the aisle. It's mid-September. Republicans said they would get all 12 separate appropriation bills done before we left for the August break. Yet another broken promise among a long list from Speaker Johnson to add on to all the broken promises from Speaker McCarthy before him. And House Republicans are once again showing their deep disrespect for the veterans community by proposing a 6-month CR that shortchanges the VA Cost of War Toxic Exposures Fund by $12 billion. $12 billion. That is morally reprehensible and just plain cruel. These are our veterans who we're talking about. How the hell can they turn their backs on our veterans? But to be clear, this is the Republican playbook. A big promise, and it gets broken. A promise like we will have a robust, effective appropriations process, and it gets broken. A promise to continue supporting our veterans, and it gets broken. And now we are headed into another potential shutdown, all because they want to play political games. And to make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, Republicans have jammed the SAVE Act onto the CR. Because why not mix up government funding with more ridiculous conspiracy theories about voter fraud? I know why they want to bring this bill to the floor. They are worried they won't win in November without pushing conspiracy theories. Mr. Speaker, let's set something straight. Non-citizens cannot vote in federal elections. Let me repeat that. Non-citizens cannot vote in federal elections. And if they vote, it is illegal. It is a crime. And guess what? They've done studies. Even conservative institutes say there is no evidence that non-citizens voted illegally in large enough numbers to shift the outcome of any election. We all know what this is about. It's not about voter fraud. This is part of their Project 2025 plan to undermine the vote count and take total control of the government. You see, Mr. Speaker, they want power whether they win or lose at the ballot box. And so they will claim voter fraud whatever happens. The facts be damned. I mean, do Republicans really want to talk about the threat of voter fraud? Well, let me remind the American people, the only ones committing voter fraud in an attempt to overthrow an election are Republicans. We've seen this movie before. Following Trump's loss in the 2020 election, he and his cronies allegedly conspired to overturn the will of the American people by submitting fake electors to falsely certify that Trump won the election. He didn't win the election. He lost the election. And what did those efforts get them? Well, let me tell you. Dozens of people across 4 states have been indicted over this election fraud scheme. So, Republicans want to talk about the threat of voter fraud? Give me a break. They are the threat. This horrible CR will never become law the way it is structured. We really are just here wasting more time after House Republicans failed to do what they should have done months ago. This rule before us today would also bring to the floor 5 bills that Republicans claim will target China. 5 bills that are actually weak on China. 5 ineffective bills that don't get the job done and don't represent a real attempt to actually address some of the very serious concerns we have about the PRC. Mr. Speaker, I've been a critic of China's human rights record for decades, longer than some of my colleagues have been in Congress. Hell, I was sanctioned by the Chinese government in July. I can't travel to China. My wife can't travel to China. My son can't travel to China. My daughter can't travel to China. I can't even converse with any Chinese officials. You know, I've written strong, effective bills that would hold the PRC accountable. And so they don't like me. They sanction me, and I wear that sanction as a badge of honor. But let me be clear, these bills that the gentleman referred to are not about taking a strong stance against China. They're poorly written, weak bills that don't get the job done. It's like they're like written for a press release. Oh, I'm sorry, because they are meant for a press release, not about serious legislating. Believe it or not, we can strengthen our national security. We can stand up to China on human rights, and we can support our veterans and make sure they get the care that they need. We can fund the government, and we can do all of that and more if we work together. That's what people want. They want us to behave like adults. Sadly, Republican leadership is more interested in sound bites and Fox News headlines heading into November than they are about governing. And I would say they would rather put politics ahead of progress. But, Mr. Speaker, Project 2025 isn't just politics. It's weird, it's shameful, and it's deeply dystopian. It's dangerous stuff. Americans are tired of this garbage, and I think they are about to make some very different choices starting November. And with that, I reserve my time.
The chair would remind members refrain from engaging personalities towards nominees for the office of the president, and also maintain decorum on choice of vernacular. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in case my colleague on the other side of the aisle has a case of amnesia, earlier this year, 195 Democrats proudly voted no on the passage of H.R. 8580, the fiscal year 2025 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. This legislation includes $337.4 billion for the VA, $75.5 million above President Biden's own budget request, and $30.2 billion more than the fiscal year 2024 levels. It allocates $112.6 billion for medical care for our veterans. And, Mr. Speaker, 195 House Democrats, including my colleague from Massachusetts, voted no on this bill. And here we are, with Senate Democrats refusing to even bring up the bill on the floor. Every day they delay is a day that veterans across America are left wondering if their health care, their benefits, and their essential services will be there next year. This is simply unacceptable. Senator Chuck Schumer could bring this bill forward tomorrow. We could get this done for our veterans tomorrow. But instead, Senate Democrats have decided to play politics with the lives of our nation's heroes, labeling this vital funding as dead on arrival and offering no alternative while the clock ticks down. Mr. Speaker, it's time that my Democratic colleagues across the aisle stop playing politics in this chamber and in the upper chamber prioritize what really matters. Veterans across this nation depend on the services provided by the VA. Let's stop the hysteria in the political games. Let's pass this continuing resolution, avoid a shutdown, and continue our work to fully fund the VA. Our veterans have given everything for us, and I'm asking my colleagues to give them the support that they deserve. And now, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Rules Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Chairman Michael Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I want to thank the representative from New York for yielding me the time. I rise in support of the rule. I rise in support of the underlying bills, in particular H.R. 9494, to provide continuing funding for the government of the United States for the next 6 months. House Republicans have done the work of funding our federal agencies. Our Appropriations Committee has passed all 12 bills out of committee. 5 of those have passed on the floor. Over 70% of the funding for the federal government has already been passed by the House. Unfortunately, the Senate continues to stall. To be clear, the Senate has not passed a single appropriations bill. Funding does expire at the end of this month. September 30th occurs the same time every year, just like Christmas, just like Halloween. Should not be a surprise to the Majority Leader of the United States Senate. With funding expiring at the end of this month, it's unfortunate but necessary to pass a continuing resolution so that the government continues to operate while the other body continues to stall. And here's another thing. I frankly do not understand why the President of the United States would even consider vetoing this legislative measure while members of his own party refuse to come to the table to negotiate with Republicans. House Republicans will not be responsible if there is an appropriations lapse. If there is an appropriations lapse, that falls squarely on the shoulders of the other body and the Democrats in charge. This is why I will be supporting the passage of the continuing resolution. We have to put personal politics aside and do what is right for everyday Americans. We also have the opportunity in this legislation to pass the SAVE Act, which will ensure that only American citizens have a voice in our elections. Look, it's against the law for teenagers to buy alcohol, but sometimes they do, or try to, and that's stopped because they have to show an ID at the counter. We understand that it is illegal for people who are not citizens to vote in federal elections, and yet sometimes people try. Sometimes they're not even aware that they're not supposed to do that. But this will ensure that only American citizens vote in American elections. And unfortunately, in the Rules Committee yesterday, they kind of said the quiet part out loud. Why would the border czar allow 12 million undocumented individuals into this country over the last 3.5 years? Well, the answer is they want them to become voters. The SAVE Act prevents that from happening. American citizens only voting in American elections. 86% of Americans support that concept. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, illegal immigrants not only have a free pass across our border, but soon to our ballot boxes. Election security is national security. The choice is simple. Vote for election integrity or vote for foreign influence and rising crime. For my part, I believe we need to pass this common sense legislation. Pass it today, pass it this week. I urge members to support this rule today and the underlying legislation. Only American citizens voting in American elections. I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
Reserve.
Reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable. I mean, all we heard last night and we're hearing now on the House floor from the other side is that it's the Senate's fault. That's the reason why House Republicans aren't doing their job, and that's why they're pushing this misguided CR. It's because of Senate Democrats. We just heard that again today. And guess what? I have a newsflash. Even Republican senators hate this CR plan. I ask unanimous consent to insert an article into the record from News Nation entitled, quote, House GOP government funding plan gets chilly reception from Senate Republicans, end quote.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, their own colleagues, their own Republican colleagues are worried that, and I quote, that this measure requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote would complicate the stopgap funding bill's path, and that this comes dangerously close to risking a shutdown. Now, here's an idea. If Republicans are so serious about this CR, maybe they should have done some work to shore up support within their own party. But let me just talk about how Republicans feel about this CR. Tom Massey on the Rules Committee, he tweeted, I'm voting hell no on the continuing resolution and the other matter act this week. I don't care which bright, shiny object is attached to it or which fake fight we start and won't finish. And then the gentleman from New York started to talk about national security. Here's another news flash for the gentleman, that the top Republican national security expert in the House, the chairman, the Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rogers, says he is a no on the CR. He says it's bad for the Pentagon, and he hopes that other House members will vote no too. That's your top guy on national security. He's voting no. It's reported from Melanie Zenona that Rep. Corey Mills says he has informed the whip team that he's a no on the 6-month CR plus SAVE Act. Also says there are quite a few other Republicans who are against it who haven't said so publicly. Matt Rosendale said, he tweets, 1 year later, the same old theatrics by the D.C. cartel of never voted for CR and never intend to. John Bresnahan reports that Representative Jim Banks is a no on the CR. Jourdain Carney reports that Representative Burchett says he's currently a no on the CR plus SAVE plan. And he says that there are many, many others that want that want to vote no. Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, she's no on everything, so she's no on this as well. But I mean, I have to be honest with the gentleman. Your problem isn't House Democrats or Senate Democrats. Your problem is House Republicans. You can't even get consensus amongst your own members of your own party. So this is ridiculous that we're here debating this rule to bring up a CR that is going nowhere fast. And let me say, last night in the Rules Committee, our colleague, Representative Massey, he said, this SAVE Act isn't going to save anything. Again, Representative Massey, as everybody knows, is a prominent leader in the Republican caucus. He says, and particularly because it ain't never going to become law. It's a false promise to get all the Republicans half pregnant. And then you're going to get fully pregnant by the end of September when you vote for the CR that is not going to have it in it. I hate to break it to you, and I'm not telling you anything special, and I hate to break it to the Republicans, but you ain't getting the SAVE Act. And then he concludes by saying, but this is political theater, folks. And I got to tell you, it's bad political theater, and it's pathetic that here we are at this late date, approaching a government shutdown, and we get this garbage. And at this point, I'd like to yield 3.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern, for pointing out what we heard last night. This is all political theater. That's what we heard last night. That's what we're hearing on the floor today. But is that what I heard when I was in New Mexico? No, in New Mexico, what I heard in the fields and at the markets was ranchers and farmers actually anxiously asking about the Farm Bill. What I heard was veterans who marched in the Bean Day Parade describing how their health would suffer dramatically if we don't pass a VA supplemental. Families told me they want Congress to work together on a bipartisan matter, which this is not. They want us to work together to make their lives better. We have 12 legislative days to do Congress's basic job: fund the government, fund veterans programs, fund emergency programs, pass a farm bill. Instead of funding our nation's obligations, the Republicans are toying with a government shutdown yet again. Instead, the Republicans' Armed Service Committee chair called this temporary funding terrible. Your own chair of Armed Services called this, quote, terrible. Their CR also fails to fund disaster relief as wildfires, hurricanes, and floods devastate the countryside. Businesses and neighbors in New Mexico and across the country won't get the emergency relief they deserve unless Congress funds FEMA. Instead of living up to their obligations, Republicans are using this funding deadline to make it harder for American citizens to vote. They've included their voting restriction bill as a poison pill on this CR. What is the real-life consequence of their voting restriction bill? With a military ID, you can fight and die for this country, but Republicans won't let you use it alone to register to vote. Why would House Republicans make it harder for service members, for recently married or divorced women, for Native Americans, and for rural Americans to register and vote? Republicans and their presidential campaigners are fabricating a lie that non-citizens vote to sow fear and distrust of our elections. They are pushing their Project 2025 agenda today. New Mexicans don't want us to make it harder for them to vote. They are concerned about how hard it is to live. Yesterday, in the Rules Committee, a Republican witness said, "We could wait until later to take care of veterans funding." Why wait? Instead of do-nothing messaging bills and a politicized CR that's going nowhere, we should prioritize our veterans now. We should prioritize disaster relief funding now. We should pass a farm bill that helps our rural communities now. This rule fails our military. It fails our veterans, families, and neighbors. I urge a no vote now on this rule, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of fiction there. We've heard false and frankly ridiculous claims about how the SAVE Act makes it harder for certain Americans, including our service members, to vote. If my Democratic colleagues took the time to actually read the bill, they would see that under the SAVE Act, service members can show their passport, birth certificate, military ID, record of service, or any combination of these other options as proof of citizenship. There's absolutely nothing in this legislation that restricts or complicates voting for our servicemen and women. To suggest otherwise is just patently false, but it's also insulting. It implies that those who serve our country, those who risk their lives to defend our freedoms, are somehow less capable of meeting these simple and straightforward requirements. Mr. Speaker, our servicemen and women, they deserve better. They sacrifice for our nation, and we owe it to them and to all Americans to uphold the integrity of our elections by enforcing the laws of our land. But instead, Democrats across the country, they're unwilling to do so. Take my own state, New York. A non-citizen can register to vote without a Social Security number, without an ID. Before coming to Congress, I fought against New York City's outrageous attempts to allow non-citizens, including illegal aliens, to vote in local elections. In the face of what states like New York are doing, what District of Columbia has tried to do, and with millions of illegal aliens flooding into our country under the Biden-Harris administration, we need these safeguards in place today. Just last month, the state of Texas announced that it had removed 6,500 non-citizens from their voter rolls, with nearly 2,000 of those non-citizens recorded of having a voter history. Look at Texas. Just last month, they removed 6,500 non-citizens from their voting rolls. Virginia also removed 6,000 non-citizens from their voter rolls. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take issue of voter fraud lightly. And we cannot rely on the honor system. As much as the other side of the aisle thinks it's A-OK to not require a photo ID in this country to vote, we can't take the honor system for our federal elections, especially when we have millions and millions of illegal immigrants residing in this country and thousands of non-citizens registered to vote across this country. I mean, make no mistake, the flood at our southern border, the 10 million encounters at our southern border, this isn't by accident. It was at the stroke of 94 separate executive actions with Joe Biden's pen, with Kamala Harris cackling in the background, that this has happened. And you bet your bottom dollar that if somehow, by some miraculous effort, they have the White House, the Senate, and the House next year, they're going to get to work lickety-split on the biggest amnesty plan this country's ever had, and they'll all be voters. Mark my words, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my God, the Republicans must be really afraid of losing the November election if the conspiracy theories are already starting up this early. I'd like to ask unanimous request. I'd like to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Cato Institute entitled "Non-Citizens Don't Illegally Vote in Detectable Numbers."
Without objection.
At a press conference on the SAVE Act, the Speaker of the House said, and I quote, "We all know intuitively that a lot of illegals are voting in federal elections, but it's not something that is easily provable. We don't have that number," end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, this body legislates based on facts, not on intuition or conspiracy theories. And maybe it's time for the House Republicans to get serious about their jobs and stop making laws based off their absurd conspiracy theories. And again, I would just say to the gentleman after that little rant that, maybe he needs to be talking to his Republican members who all have basically said that the inclusion of the SAVE Act on this horrific CR is basically a gimmick. It's a gimmick to get people to look someplace else and not look at the fact that Republicans are not doing their job. And if you want to talk about an insult to our men and women in uniform, then I hope that you will join with me in defeating the previous question. Because if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to include $12 billion that our nation's veterans need for their health care. $12 billion that the House Republicans decided intentionally to leave out of their partisan continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker, with this unserious and unacceptable continuing resolution, Republicans are not only risking disaster assistance and domestic investments, they are also shortchanging veterans and jeopardizing their care. An additional $12 billion is needed before the new year to maintain medical care for veterans. That is just a fact. The House Republican bill does not include a single dollar of the $12 billion needed, shortchanging veterans and jeopardizing the medical services they need and have earned. Mr. Speaker, our veterans deserve our support. It is our responsibility to provide the care that they have earned. This inadequate continuing resolution does not meet the moment, which is why I'm giving my Republican colleagues the chance now to do the right thing and include the funding for our veterans in this continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, there were lots of things that were left out of this CR, and the Republicans came up with a manager's amendment to try to address that, but they left out the $12 billion for our veterans. They left out $12 billion for our veterans. I don't understand that. There's no explanation for that. It is so wrong. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise today in opposition of the Republican-led 6-month continuing resolution that will devastate veterans and jeopardize their care. In 2022, when I helped lead the passage of the Honoring Our Pact Act through Congress, we promised veterans with exposures to toxic burn pits and other toxins that they would be taken care of. And just in fact, last week I hosted my annual Veterans University, and I heard from veterans directly about the life-changing impact PACT Act benefits have had on their lives. An additional $12 billion is needed before the new year to maintain this medical care for veterans. But this CR bill provides $0 for veterans' medical services for veterans and restricts access to the medical care they earned and deserve. According to the Office of Management and Budget, without the $12 billion, the VA would have insufficient funding to maintain medical care operations for veterans through fiscal year 2025. The additional funds requested for the Toxic Exposure Fund is largely due to the overwhelming increase in PACT Act enrollment. Our veterans need the medical care. The success of the PACT Act has been evident in my district alone, where over 5,200 veterans have filed a claim. Without this funding, the VA needs to begin addressing any potential shortfall as early as the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. This continuing resolution pulls the rug from under the feet of veterans who are finally receiving access to care and benefits that they have fought for almost a decade. The extreme House Republican majority seem uninterested in those commitments to veterans, and they are shortchanging veterans $12 billion. So I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back to the chair.
Chair is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, I'm going to reiterate the fact. It's very simple. The House Republicans have passed their Veterans Appropriations Bill. We passed it above the request of President Biden or whoever is drafting the president's requests at this hour. And the people that have had a lot to say in this chamber today, they all decided to vote no. They voted no for our veterans' health care. They voted no for opportunities to expand veterans' benefits. They did it for politics. They did it because it wasn't their idea. But this House Republican majority has funded the VA above and beyond President Biden's requests for the last 2 fiscal years, and we're very proud of that fact, and we will continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle, they've expressed outrage over the inclusion of the SAVE Act in today's continuing resolution. But let's be clear. The American people overwhelmingly disagree with their position. According to 2022 YouGov poll. Nearly 2/3 of Americans support requiring proof of citizenship to vote in elections. And even more telling, 48% of Democrats, yes, Democrats, agree that proof of U.S. citizenship should be required. In 2022, a Gallup poll further underscores this. 79% of Americans favor photo identification requirements to vote, and that includes 53% of Democrat voters. And just this year, the Pew Research Center found that 81% of Americans want all voters to show government-issued photo identification to cast a vote. 69% of Democrats back this common sense safeguard. Why won't they? That's a question. What are you afraid of to require someone to prove who they say that they are? These aren't poison pills. This isn't partisanship. They are overwhelmingly bipartisan views shared by a vast majority of common sense Americans. Yet my colleagues would rather cater to a fringe element in this country within their party than listen to the clear will of the American people. Instead of supporting reasonable safeguards to protect our elections and prevent foreign interference, they continue to block widely supported measures. They claim to be defenders against foreign interference in our election, yet today they turn their back on protecting the sanctity of the vote. The numbers don't lie, though. Under the Biden-Harris administration, at least 4.6 million illegal aliens have been released into our country, with 1.8 million gotaways. We don't know where they are. We don't know who they are. We don't know why they're here. And those are just the ones that we're aware of. With millions of illegal immigrants, including violent criminals, now residing in the United States, we cannot afford to ignore the critical need to ensure that only American citizens decide the future of our nation. This isn't just about policy. It's a moral imperative to protect the foundational rights of American citizens. It's time for our Democratic colleagues to put aside their partisanship, to listen to 81% of the American people who support this, and stop threatening a shutdown over common sense election safeguards. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Oh, my God, Mr. Speaker, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, to be honest with you, there's just so much there. First of all, let me just say, let me read from a letter that the Secretary of Defense sent to all of us here in Congress. He said, a 6-month CR would set us significantly behind in meeting our pacing challenge highlighted in our national defense strategy, the People's Republic of China. The PRC is the only global competitor with both the intent and capability to change the international order. The PRC does not operate under CRs. Our ability to execute our strategy is contingent upon our ability to innovate and modernize to meet this challenge, which cannot happen under a CR. Asking the Defense Department to compete with the PRC, let alone manage conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, while under a lengthy CR, ties our hands behind our back while expecting us to be agile and to accelerate progress. So that's what the Secretary of Defense sent to Congress. So Republicans are here with a bunch of fake anti-China bills that will never become law. But what they are actually doing is hurting our national security. This approach, your CR, is hurting our national security. And that's not just, the Secretary of Defense saying that. As I said earlier, the Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee has said it, and is why he is opposing the Republican CR. So let's get that straight. The other thing is, on this SAVE Act, it is true that a military ID alone is not sufficient to meet the criteria of your SAVE Act. So, and is that how we thank the men and women who serve our country? In fact, many Americans don't have the kind of identification required to be able to comply with the SAVE Act. But that's even beside the point, because as Republican after Republican have said that this is a gimmick, this is going nowhere, this is just a soundbite during an election. This is not real. This is all theater. That's not me saying it. It's Republican after Republican saying that. And in terms of helping our veterans, let me tell you, the Republicans keep talking about the $112 billion in the bill for VA care. But guess what? These dollars were already provided in last year's bill. Both VA and OMB say that these dollars are insufficient and that they need an additional $12 billion or our veterans' care will be affected. That is what has been said to Republicans and Democrats over and over again. This bill provides zero additional dedicated funding for vets with toxic exposures. Zero. And I don't understand why, when you were trying to fix some of the omissions in the manager's amendment that was put in the Rules Committee, why this could not have been added. These are our veterans. These are people who have served our country. These are people who have been exposed to toxic chemicals, who are battling with all kinds of illnesses and diseases. The least we can do is make sure the funding is there so they can get adequate health care. This bill provides none of that $12 billion. I don't understand what my Republican friends are thinking. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire if the gentleman from Massachusetts has any additional speakers.
I'm the final speaker.
I am prepared to close. And I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I inquire how much time I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
You have 6 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, we have 3 weeks left to ensure that our government doesn't shut down. 3 weeks. And instead of working with Democrats to keep the government open, what we have here is an awful, cynical, partisan, continuing resolution that has exactly zero chance of becoming law. Hell, as I said earlier, it may not even pass the Republican-controlled Congress. It's like Republicans won't even try to get the job done. They passed 4 appropriations bills out of 12. I mean, that's it. And they want a trophy for that. I mean, it is pathetic how little work has been done in this House. Again, they have sent a grand total of 4 appropriation bills to the Senate. Though listening to them last night at the Rules Committee, you would think that they had completed all their work and everything is wonderful. I mean, imagine thinking 30% was a passing grade. It's pathetic. At the end of the day, the Republican majority has failed the American people. And the Republican majority has failed the American people miserably. They want to condition keeping our government open on a Project 2025 pipe dream to disenfranchise millions of Americans at the ballot box. Let me be clear. The SAVE Act is not about targeting undocumented immigrants. It's about suppressing the vote of millions of American citizens. And again, I point out to what happened in the last election. The person who shall not be named by name lost, but didn't want to accept the loss, and instructed people to go out there and to submit fraudulent electors, and to try to fix stoke all these conspiracy theories. And multiple people are now under indictment for trying to overturn the legitimate results of the last election. The threat to our democracy, the threat to our election integrity is the Republicans. My friends are willing to rip $12 billion away from our sick veterans, all to play political games. What is wrong with them, Mr. Speaker? They're pursuing poorly written bad bills that are soft on China when we could be doing the real work, teaming up across the aisle to strengthen our national security. It is a joke. It is a joke. It's embarrassing. All they bring to the table is destruction, disruption, dysfunction, and the dystopian Project 2025. Every measure before us today is a bad deal. And I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can help our veterans. And I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule and on the underlying bills. Mr. Speaker, we have to do better. If the government shuts down because of their dysfunction, real people in this country get hurt. So we need to come together and get our work done. Enough of this partisan garbage. With that, I yield back my time.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards nominees for the office of president. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
These accusations, Mr. Speaker, they're not just dishonest, they're a pathetic act of desperation. In their scramble to smear Republicans, they've dug up some obscure policy document that was never endorsed by President Trump or any House Republican for that matter. And now they've thrown everything they can against the wall, hoping to scare the American people with their usual tactics of lies, deception, and paranoia. This, Mr. Speaker, is the Democratic playbook for 2024. When you're failing, manufacture some more fear. The reality is stark. Democrats are in complete disarray. They're heading into November on a runaway train. Mr. Speaker, it would be laughable if their policies didn't have such dire impact on the American people. So now, in a desperate, flailing attempt to distract from their catastrophic record of the last 3.5 years, they're trying to shift the focus away from the wreckage they've left in their wake. Their policies have bankrupted this country, emboldened our enemies, thrown our borders wide open, and crush the American people under the weight of skyrocketing costs and economic insecurity. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, Americans are just smarter than that. No matter how much they try to spread their undiagnosed cases of Trump derangement syndrome, no matter how many obscure documents they try to pin on House Republicans, they can't run for their abject record of failure. The American people see it. They feel it every day at the gas pump, at the grocery store, when they're paying their insurance bill, when they're trying to buy a new car, when a young family's trying to get into their first home, in their wallets, in their communities, in the safety of their communities. They feel it. Democrats can't hide from the disaster they've created, and no amount of finger pointing is going to change that. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made it clear that they would rather play political games as we work to fund the government and avoid a shutdown. They'd rather hoot and holler about spending levels in one department than vote for a common sense appropriations bill or to create a stopgap so that we can continue our work and make sure that we don't have a shutdown. They would rather stand in full-blown opposition to straightforward provisions that would deter voter fraud and ensure our elections are fair, free, and protected fundamental right of real American citizens. My colleagues would also like to stand before us today and oppose common sense legislation that ensures that we put America first in our dealings with our greatest adversary, China, or any entity, an international organization that's connected or subservient to the Chinese Communist Party. We must do what the Biden-Harris administration has time and time again refused to do in its policies towards China. It's put the interests in the needs in the security of the American people absolutely first. I strongly support the rule before us today, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1430, adoption of House Resolution 1430 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1103. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1430, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 88, House Resolution 1430, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1398, to establish the CCP Initiative Program and for other purposes. Providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1425, to require any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly to be subject to Senate ratification. Providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1516, to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with Confucius Institutes and for other purposes. Providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7980, to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to exclude vehicles, the batteries of which contain materials sourced from prohibited foreign entities from the Clean Vehicle Credit. Providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 9456 to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 with respect to foreign investments in United States agriculture and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 9494, making continual appropriations for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Again, this is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 193, the nays are 189. Previous question is not ordered. Is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Was the gentleman from Massachusetts?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, nays 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business, the vote on the motion by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1103 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1103, a bill to require the President to remove the extension of certain privileges, exemptions, and immunities to the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Offices if Hong Kong no longer enjoys a high degree of autonomy from the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members record their votes by electronic device. This is now a 5-minute vote. 413, the nays are 3. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1431, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous materials on H.R. 1516.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution...
The gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 1430 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole, House of the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 1516. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Mrs. Bice, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1516, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with the Confucius Institutes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Thank you,
Madam Chair. The committee will be in order.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today I rise in support of Congressman Pfluger's bill, H.R. 1516, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. We all know that the Chinese Communist Party will stop at nothing to undermine the United States and our allies as they attempt to reshape the world order. Proving this point is the extent the CCP is willing to go to expand its intelligence and influence apparatus. In the past 2 years, we have seen the CCP fly a spy balloon across the continental United States. We have seen troves of data collected from CCP-aligned mobile applications. And recently, we learned of an aide to the governor of New York who acted covertly with her husband to advance the agenda of the CCP within the New York State Capitol. One of our nation's most glaring vulnerabilities is the CCP's attempt to influence our nation's educational system. It should concern every American that billions of dollars from the CCP are flowing into our K-12 classrooms and institutions of higher education. Originally established to promote Chinese language and culture, Confucius Institutes have increasingly come under scrutiny for their ability to influence and control the narrative around critical issues affecting our nation's interest. These organizations have helped the CCP advance its strategic goals and gain valuable intelligence on the United States. Congress has taken steps to address this issue, but more remains to be done. The legislation that we are here to debate today is a critical step in stopping the CCP's reach into the American educational system by prohibiting DHS dollars from going to institutes of higher education if these institutes maintain a relationship with a Confucius Institute or a Chinese entity of concern. H.R. 1516 is delivering on our promise to the American people that House Republicans will do everything in our power to counter the growing threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party. This bill protects American values by safeguarding our institutions, promoting transparency, and ensuring our academic environment remains a space for free and independent thought. I would also like to thank Congressman Pfluger for his work on this legislation, and I look forward to today's debate and encourage all my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1516. While I support the spirit of Mr. Pfluger's bill, which seeks to help address the threat posed by the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party, I cannot support this bill as it is presently written. H.R. 1516 is fatally flawed. This bill denies critical Homeland Security funding to U.S. universities, puts American students at risk, and harms our national security. H.R. 1516 would prohibit any DHS funding from going to any U.S. university that has any relationship with virtually any Chinese university. That means no FEMA funding, no disaster preparedness funding, and no terrorism prevention funding. In fact, this bill is so totally divorced from the very real concerns we all have when it comes to Chinese espionage and national security. In all likelihood, universities across this country will have to shut down student exchange programs, deny students studies abroad opportunities, and stop hosting guest lectures, panel events, or sporting events with Chinese universities if this poorly written, overbroad bill becomes law. For example, under this bill, Colgate University and Mr. Williams of New York District would be prohibited from receiving FEMA grants simply because Colgate has a program that gives students an opportunity to get firsthand experience abroad while being hosted by a university in Shanghai. That same goes for Cal State Fullerton in my colleague Michelle Steele's district. Cal State Fullerton pioneered international partnerships with Chinese universities back in 1984 so that students could collaborate on educational and cultural exchanges. Because of these bilateral agreements with partner institutions in China, this bill would prohibit DHS from helping students or CHS Fullerton if an earthquake strikes Orange County. What about Niagara University, where Mr. Langworthy went to college? Niagara signed an exchange agreement for MBA students from the university in China, which is the world's second largest economy. Would Niagara University be prohibited from receiving FEMA grants if a major blizzard or flood sweeps through Niagara County? Under H.R. 1516, the answer is yes. SUNY Binghamton in Congressman Molinaro's district has an exchange program with a Chinese university so that SUNY Binghamton students can learn the Chinese language, a critical foreign language for the military and for business leaders. Because of that exchange program, SUNY Binghamton would be denied funding and contracts for something as basic as DHS renting a room to host a hiring event, or as serious as DHS preventing help responding to a flood. The same goes for Valdosta State University in Congressman Austin Scott's district. Since Valdosta State has a Chinese exchange program in urban planning and land resource management, it will lose any shot at DHS funding for research, hurricane preparedness, or terrorism prevention. Supporting this bill also means that the University of Iowa and Congresswoman Miller Meek's district would be cut off from DHS funding to help it prepare for a tornado or acts of violence just because Iowa has an informal requirement Chinese majors study abroad in China, and because Iowa has programs housed at the university in China. It also means that Hofstra University in Mr. D'Esposito's district would not be able to apply for FEMA grants because Hofstra has a dual degree program with Dongbei University of Finance and Economics in China. I go on listing how this bill, as it's written, could hurt universities and students in each of our districts. The bottom line is that this bill is not just absurd, it's cruel. H.R. 1516 is so poorly written that neither its author, Mr. Pfluger, nor Committee on Homeland Security's chairman, Mark Green, were able to answer even the most basic questions about the bill during our committee markup. Democratic members pointed out at markup that the definition of relationship, which triggers the funding prohibition in this bill, would incorporate all sorts of agreements, including students' exchange programs and other cultural programs that help American students. Mr. Pfluger, the bill's author, told members of our committee, quote, "The type of relationship is very important. You have rightly pointed that out. It is a monetary relationship," end quote. Well, that is not what the bill says. It says that any institution of higher education that, quote, has a relationship with a Confucius Institute or Chinese entity of concern is ineligible to receive any funds from the Department of Homeland Security, end quote. If the bill's sponsor meant monetary relationship, the word monetary would be in the definition. Then there's this overbroad term, Chinese entity of concern. During the markup, the bill's sponsor said something about, quote, DHS works with the university to deem an entity of concern, end quote. Well, DHS does not deem entities of concern, so I don't know where that idea came from. Chairman Green tried to clean up the definition by saying, quote, as I understand it, by the definition, it would only be those with ties to the military, end quote. But once again, that is not what the bill says. Madam Chair, I cannot support a bill drafted so poorly that even its author and committee chairman do not know what it bans and do not know what it allows. I especially cannot support a bill that does all the damage I just described. And look, it's not just that this bill was poorly drafted, this bill has been mismanaged from the start. The bill's sponsor rejected bipartisan language agreed to by the Homeland Security Committee last Congress and reverted to the same bad language the committee had to fix in 2022. Then the committee chairman reported the wrong text out of the committee, and not a single Republican noticed for 9 months. That is why the bill on the union calendar is not the same one that the Rules Committee print under now consideration. Madam Chair, if we were voting on the language the Republicans actually reported out of committee, the language all of your staff probably read when the committee went to congress.gov, we would be having a different conversation. I oppose H.R. 1516 because it's a poorly written and mismanaged bill that demonstrates a lack of seriousness among Republicans when it comes to the bipartisan desire to address the threat posed by the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to my good friend, the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Pfluger, as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chair for bringing this bill to the floor, H.R. 1516, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. And you kind of got to ask yourself, well, why are we here? And I'll point back to last Congress in the 117th, where we had H.R. 7779, which was a bill that we actually worked together on in the Homeland Security under the chairman, my friend from Mississippi, but it was actually never brought to the floor. Not sure why that wasn't brought to the floor. That's why we're here today, is because we are serious about protecting our country. In the NDAA, it went to the Rules Committee and they voted it down. So that's why we're here. We're here because we didn't get a chance to actually get serious about our nation's most serious threat, which is the Chinese Communist Party, that's using every tool at their disposal to undermine our interest, to use malign activity. For years they've done this in conjunction with the People's Liberation Army. They've exploited the open and collaborative nature of our society, of academia, to conduct widespread industrial military espionage inside the United States. Starting in 2004, various academic institutions across the country organized as Confucius Institutes as a way to promote Chinese language and culture, to support Chinese teaching internationally and facilitate cultural exchanges on campus. However, it quickly became apparent that these institutes were nothing more than a Trojan horse acting as an extension of the CCP's global influence apparatus. And these institutions and operations have allowed the CCP to develop and have an immense impact on the decisions made by academic institutions and enable individuals to spy for the CCP on activities across the country and promote the CCP's aggressive national strategy, most commonly known as the military-civil fusion, to help the People's Republic of China develop the most technologically advanced military in the world by 2049. Thankfully, our society has woken up to these dangers, and now we as Congress are taking steps to correct that course. In fiscal year 21, the National Defense Authorization Act prohibited DoD funding from going to institutions of higher education that host Confucius Institutes. And it is time for DHS to do the same. If DoD has done that, why are we treating DHS any different for their funding? We must make every effort to protect Americans' tax dollars from being used to fund the CCP's nefarious activities. The legislation we're discussing today, H.R. 1516, ensures that schools prioritize the security of their scientific research and technological development efforts above a paycheck from the CCP or entities affiliated with the PLA. Specifically, this legislation restricts DHS funding from going to universities who maintain relationships with entities connected to the CCP or support the People's Republic of China military civil fusion program. This safeguards our American taxpayer dollars. It safeguards our society, and more importantly, this is a bill that guarantees that U.S. institutions are free from the CCP's malign influence, protects students and faculties who speak out, and think about the research papers that are written that actually tell the truth about what's going on inside mainland China. This protects those students to be able to have the ability to write those things. Many of my colleagues today might argue that this bill is not the same bill passed out of committee last Congress. They're correct. It's far stronger than last bill. And since the beginning of Congress, we've seen multiple instances of the dangers the CCP poses to the United States. In fact, we have a China Select Committee to just investigate those differences. The threat landscape has changed. Instead of a strategy of appeasement that's been offered by this administration, let's have a strategy of strength that deters action that would undermine our national security. I really don't understand the pushback on this for technical reasons. Get with the program and let's get behind the security of this United States. Think about the surveillance balloon that was flown across the continental United States. You know, we worked in good faith last Congress, and that bill was never brought to the floor. So this Congress, when the people have given us the responsibility for the security of this country, we're going to take action. There will be individuals who bring up the fact that there are only 5 known Confucius Institutes left in the United States and that they are no longer a threat. Untrue. The CCP has worked to rebrand their educational efforts and are operating in full force on college campuses across the United States. There's little to no transparency from universities in what type of assistance they receive from the PRC. And data collected by the Department of Education shows that universities in the United States have collected over $3.8 billion from entities connected to the PRC and the CCP. Some will argue that this bill is too restrictive. Well, according to GAO, the Secretary of Defense has never issued a waiver. It's never been necessary to issue a waiver. That's why we're taking a strong stance at this time with regards to DHS funding. We cannot allow any of these malign activities or actions to continue to undermine the United States. You're either going to take a step in support of the strength of the United States and push back on the CCP and rightfully identify that they want to undermine us in every single area, militarily, information-wise, diplomatically, and economically, or you're going to be on the side of somebody else's security. I know where I stand. I want to thank Chairman Green. I want to thank staff member, in particular Chase Savage, who has done an amazing job of not letting this issue go and maintains a strong stance. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This bill does not provide the Secretary of Homeland Security authority to issue a waiver from funding restrictions if it is in the interest of America's national security. Without this waiver, we just cannot get behind this bill. We need to allow the experts, those at DHS, to determine what is in the best interest of our national security. This waiver was part of this bill when it was reported out of committee last Congress and supported by Democrats. In its absence in this bill today is a fatal flaw. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island to discuss better versions of this bill.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member. While the bill before us attempts to address a real and serious issue, I must oppose it in its current form because it is drafted in a way that is unnecessarily broad and would have a chilling effect on research and scholarship at American universities. Now, let's be clear. Intellectual property theft by the Chinese Communist Party is a serious problem that costs United States companies billions of dollars and threatens our national security. And we should be working together on a bipartisan basis to address this matter as was done in the Homeland Security Committee in the 117th Congress under then-Chairman Thompson's leadership. But unlike the bill that passed through the committee last Congress, this bill before us today would essentially prohibit any collaboration between U.S. and Chinese universities, even when that collaboration has no national security or commercial significance. Think creative writing programs, history, anthropology, or life-saving cures for diseases, researching life-saving cures for diseases. Now, I know that is not the intent of this bill, and that is why the bill needs more work. Let me clarify. This bill uses a definition of Chinese entity of concern that is so broad that it would include any Chinese university or college that has a relationship with the Chinese government, which is basically all of them. So by definition, Chinese entity of concern in this bill is defined as virtually any university in China, and U.S. universities that collaborate with these Chinese universities, including on cultural exchange programs or engagements on subjects like history or creative writing, not related to national security, not related to U.S. commercial interests, would still be punished under this bill. Now, my colleagues on the other side might point out that the definition of Chinese entities of concern in this bill is the same as the bipartisan bill in the last Congress, and this is true. But, importantly, the version in the last Congress had a waiver provision to allow the Department of Homeland Security to provide exceptions to allow collaborations between American and Chinese universities that bear no risk to our country's security or commercial interests. Crucially, the version of the bill we are being presented with today has no waiver provision. By the way, my colleague, Mr. Pfluger, mentioned that a similar law is in effect for the Department of Defense. That is true, but guess what? That law has a waiver provision. This bill does not. In effect, any collaboration between American and Chinese universities would be prohibited under this bill with no possibility for exceptions. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee so that it can be refined and improved to strike the right balance between protecting America from CCP surveillance and IP theft without stifling research and learning opportunities for American students that pose no threat. If the House rules permit, I would have offered this motion with this important amendment to this bill. This amendment will include a waiver provision for DHS to waive on a case-by-case basis restrictions on institutions of higher education if the Secretary determines that the activities are of a benign nature, while still restricting research and development funding from going to institutions of higher education that have Confucius Institutes or other relationships with the CCP that are at risk of compromising U.S. interests. We can strike the right balance between protecting America's security and allowing research and innovation at American universities to be competitive with the rest of the world. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Chair reserves.
The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Michigan, Mr. Molinar.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1516, Congressman Pfluger's important legislation on Confucius Institutes. The Chinese Communist Party seeks to exert its influence over all aspects of American society, and that includes the American education system. The CCP uses Confucius Institutes as a vehicle to promote a distorted picture of China and provide American universities with a financial incentive to stay on the party's good graces. Where missiles and ships are considered hard power, these institutes are soft power, projecting the long arm of the CCP onto our college campuses. You see, the Chinese Communist Party funds Confucius Institutes because it wants to manipulate the minds of young Americans, whether it be digitally on TikTok or physically through Confucius Institutes. We cannot allow American taxpayer dollars to support universities that allow the presence of these institutes to influence and manipulate their students. As chairman of the Select Committee on China, I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the great state of California, Ms. Deal.
The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Steele, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We must do more to reduce communist Chinese influence in this country. This bill would withhold funding from universities who partner with the Confucius Institutes and other entities which spread Chinese Communist Party propaganda in our university campuses. Evidence of CCP's influence is everywhere. They're brainwashing our students, they hijack our medical supply chains, and they flood our communities with fentanyl. In addition to deadly drugs, China is also exporting communism. Our colleges must block this national security threat by cutting remaining ties to the CCP. If they don't, Congress can ensure accountability by passing this bill and blocking their federal funding. The Senate must also pass my Deterrent Act, which passed this body, and adds much-needed transparency to foreign donations and accountability for our colleges and universities. Such a law would hold schools like UC Berkeley accountable for failing to disclose with the Chinese government that they brought $220 million deal, and this campus brought Chinese researchers on our sensitive Berkeley Research Center. We must not allow CCP to infiltrate our students and campuses. We have to stop this. I really support this bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this bill does not ban China from influencing our institutions of higher education. It just makes universities choose between relationships with Chinese universities and the Department of Homeland Security funding. This bill will not stop China's practice of exploiting the open and collaborative nature of American academia to conduct industrial and military espionage. I know that this is something that the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Pfluger, cares about, because those are his words. Unfortunately, this bill does not get us there. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes Mr. Guest.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from the great state of Washington, Mr. Newhouse, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Mr. Guest for yielding. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret to anyone in this room that the CCP is working around the clock to infiltrate and influence our institutions. In their attempts to undermine our economy and our livelihoods, they have made a concerted effort to target young Americans. For years, agents of the CCP and the People's Liberation Army have executed a strategy to influence our students in college, a time when many young Americans form political ideologies, and they also learn about the laws of the world and how we all interact in it. For many of these students, the CCP is there with a hand on the wheel that drives thinking in their favor and against the United States. I want to applaud my colleague, Mr. Pfluger, for his leadership on this issue. Prohibiting DHS funds from going to universities with Confucius Institutes and ties to the CCP is a huge step in loosening the CCP's grip on American institutions. Our universities must be held accountable for their associations and any tie to the CCP or the PLA, and they must not be rewarded with federal investment. Our positions on the CCP is clear, and we are doing what it takes to protect our students and our future. Now, yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you very much. if the gentleman from Mississippi is prepared to close, I am.
We are prepared to close as well. We have no more speakers.
Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Chair, we should not be on the floor today on this fatally flawed bill. Congressional Democrats recognize the threats posed by China and the Chinese Communist Party. In fact, we worked with Republicans last Congress to craft a bipartisan bill on this very issue. But instead, today, House Republicans have decided to reject their own past work and try to make up for their do-nothing Congress with this absurd and extreme measure rammed through just ahead of an election despite multiple procedural and policy errors, governing by theme without any thought to very real negative outcomes in no way makes policy. This bill would deny all Department of Homeland Security funds to all U.S. colleges and universities with any relationship whatsoever to practically any Chinese university. This bill's author and my Homeland Security Republican colleagues did no fact-finding. They could not answer questions about the bill during markup, and they repeatedly said the bill does not do things that the bill says it does. If this bill's author doesn't know what the bill does, then how can he expect it to become law? The whole thing is a cruel disservice to American universities, academics, and students. It puts them in DHS in horrible positions. In addition to forcing American colleges and universities with any relationship with any Chinese university to choose between that relationship and DH funds for disaster relief or terrorism prevention, this bill does not provide the Secretary of Homeland Security with any strategic flexibility to waive the funding prohibition when it's in the national security interests of the United States. This House previously granted the Secretary of Defense a similar waiver on a bipartisan basis, but congressional Republicans do not think the Homeland Security Secretary should be given the same authority. Mr. Chair, the Committee on Homeland Security has not produced a single law this Congress. In contrast to a proud record of bipartisan cooperation and legislating over the last 20 years, House Republicans has turned our committee, which I have served from its beginning, into a partisan press release factory and done nothing to make the homeland more secure. I repeat, we've not passed or produced a single law this Congress. H.R. 1516 is another sad example of the extreme MAGA Republican failure to deliver for the American people. I urge my colleagues to reject this flawed, extreme partisan messaging bill and vote no on H.R. 1516. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time. I yield.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Today we heard varying opinions on what our nation must do to secure our universities from the CCP's malign influence. H.R. 1516 is one of the strongest bills the House has considered to counter the threats posed by the CCP on our educational system. This legislation safeguards taxpayers' hard-earned dollars from going to our nation's top adversary. It undermines the CCP's influence apparatus that has been used to sway public opinion and protects the critical research and development taking place at our universities across the country. To those that claim that this bill will do more harm than good, or that this bill is overly broad, I disagree with those assertions and argue that this bill will instead send a clear message to the CCP that their interference will not be tolerated on our college campuses. I hope that we have a strong bipartisan vote today to demonstrate that we can work together in addressing threats from America's greatest adversary. I would like to again thank Congressman Pfluger for offering this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill should be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, printed in the bill pursuant to Part 2 of House Report 118-319, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-46 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendments to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of House Report 118-656. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-656, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment, which would designate Chinese universities that purposely undermine the United States relationship with Taiwan as entities of concern under H.R. 1516. We cannot condone partnerships with academic institutions that undercut the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. As a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, I understand just how vital the U.S.-Taiwan relationship is for both America and Taiwan's national security. Taiwan is a democratic firewall, a valued economic partner, and a global leader on semiconductors, one of the most critical technologies to American industry and competitiveness. The United States Congress must stand firmly with Taiwan and resolutely against the Chinese Communist Party, which aims to delegitimize our long-standing bipartisan relationship. Chinese universities have played an instrumental role in the Chinese Communist Party's strategy to intimidate Taiwan and interfere in its governing. Let me offer just one example of many examples. Earlier this year, the Center for Strategic and International Studies reported that researchers at Ji-I-Mun University suggested that Beijing develop plans for a, quote, shadow government that could take over Taipei in case of a, quote, reunification, the code word for invasion. They're essentially writing the day after invasion plan for the CCP. That's disgraceful and deeply disconcerting. The United States supports a free, democratic Taiwan. American universities and research affiliates should never support or legitimize this propaganda masked behind the guise of research. We would never, ever condone an American researcher working with Moscow to develop battle plans for Kyiv. Why should Taiwan be any different? My amendment will hold American universities accountable for their collaboration with Chinese universities that delegitimize the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. We will not stand for the schoolyard bullying tactics of the CCP, which are a threat to Taiwan's sovereignty and a challenge to America's global leadership. I was glad to see such an overwhelming bipartisan majority of the House come together to support the Indo-Pacific Security Aid Package in April. That bill made critical investments in our hard power and military assets. The Confucius Institutes are soft powers for China. By passing this amendment, we will help shore up the U.S.-Taiwan relationship on both fronts. As I said earlier, Taiwan is not and should not ever be a partisan issue. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to prioritize our national security and support this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Does any member seek time in opposition? None. The gentleman from New Jersey may close.
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my amendment, H.R. 1516.
The gentleman will suspend. Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-656, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment, H.R. 1516, which would amend the definition of, quote, Chinese entity of concern, end quote, in Section 2 to account for the persecution of Uyghur Muslims in the People's Republic of China. Over the past decade, Communist China has persecuted the Uyghur population for their religious and cultural practices. Xinjiang authorities have detained Uyghurs in internment camps without formal charges, forced them into slave labor, and have committed numerous other human rights abuses against the Uyghur people. It is estimated that over 1 million Uyghur and other ethnic minorities have been imprisoned in internment camps in China. Academics in China have aided in the persecution of Uyghurs as well. Rohingya and Huli Enghi are considered to be advocates for forced assimilation of minorities to create a state race. Hu Yinggan heads the Institute for Contemporary China Studies at Tsinghua University. Hu Lenghe, another university researcher, is already on the global section of the human rights sanctions list. Yet, Yale University boasts a strong relationship with Tsinghua University on their website. Harvard University signed a memorandum of understanding with Tsinghua University in 2021. And the University of Pennsylvania has Tsinghua University listed on their website as a partner. There's no reason why our university should be complicit in religious persecution. We may hear arguments today that the definition is already too broad and that the underlying legislation will inadvertently hinder our research apparatus. However, this amendment and the underlying legislation are necessary to stop the soft power influence China is exerting on our universities. Throughout the past year, we have seen firsthand how Iran's influence on higher education has turned college campuses into breeding grounds for anti-Semitism. We must prevent our most malicious foreign adversaries from continuing to undermine academia. The underlying legislation does well to address Communist China's influence and espionage in our higher institutions of learning. But we can go to a step further to address Communist China's crime against the Uyghur people. We should all agree that higher education's willingness to look the other way is unacceptable. We must act, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for my amendment and the underlying legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserve or yield?
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Does anyone in opposition to the amendment seek recognition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. I would suggest voting for this amendment. It's a good amendment. The Uyghur people should not be held captive whatsoever, and the religious persecution by the Chinese, the people of the communist country of China, must stop.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part C of House Report 118656. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-656, offered by Ms. Crockett of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you. My amendment today seeks to protect the bedrock of our democracy, free and fair elections, from attacks by foreign actors. And while I have great concerns about the underlying bill today, given its overly broad language and its impact for universities in need of DHS funding, whether it be for disaster relief or campus hardening or threat protection, the issue of election interference is one that cannot be ignored. We know that our democratic processes are under attack by foreign countries. Last week, the Department of Justice issued indictments outlining efforts from the Russian government to influence the 2024 presidential election by funding and promoting divisive, inflammatory rhetoric and disinformation campaigns in the media and on online platforms. These efforts have been surprisingly effective in infiltrating the platforms of far-right influencers, conservative media, and even some of my fellow lawmakers who have repeated some of this Russian propaganda right here on the House floor. But the concerns about the PRC doing the same are not anew. Last December, the National Intelligence Council detailed how, quote, the intelligence community assessed that China tacitly approved efforts to influence a handful of midterm elections involving members of both U.S. political parties. And just last Friday, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a report titled 60 Days Until Election 2024, which stated, quote, the intelligence community is aware of the People's Republic of China's attempts to influence U.S. down-ballot races by focusing on candidates it views as particularly threatening to core PRC security interests. Make no mistake, preventing such influence and interference in our democratic processes is vital to maintaining our national security and the international security in the Indo-Pacific region. It also preserves the United States' free and fair elections, thereby legitimizing our electoral process and reinforcing the principles of democracy. This is not the first time congressional Republicans put a bill on the floor defining a foreign entity of concern or foreign adversary, and it will not be the last. And strangely enough, I'm starting to see a pattern. Attempts at election interference through mis- and disinformation is a problem. And with that being said, I am asking for support of my amendment. And with that, I will yield to the ranking
Does the gentlelady yield or reserve?
I will reserve.
The gentlelady reserve. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to be recognized. I rise in opposition, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
So ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as we look to the basis of the amendment, we see that this amendment deals with election interference, something that I believe both parties share concerns about. We know that in less than 60 days, people from across this great land, they will go to the polls and they will select our next president. They will determine which party controls the majority here in this chamber, as well as which party controls the majority in the United States Senate. I have great concerns that China and our other adversaries across the globe will use this opportunity to try to sow dissent among the American public, that they will try to pit Americans versus Americans by their disinformation platform that they will be pushing across traditional and across more than not social media. I believe that this is why it is so important that we do everything within our power to protect our election integrity, whether it be to stop the influence of China, Russia, Iran, any of our adversaries, but also to do what we can to protect our election by assuring that only United States citizens vote in our election. We know that many of our municipalities, some of our states have opened up elections both on a state and many times municipal levels to allowing non-United States citizens to vote in those elections. That's why I support the effort of Speaker Johnson to pass the SAFE Act, to attach the SAFE Act to a continuing resolution to make sure that those individuals, when they register, that they show proof of citizenship. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I support the basis of this amendment. I support election integrity. I support us doing all that we can to assure that those who are voting actually should be allowed to vote. But I support the basis of this amendment, which stands for the principle that our foreign adversaries, particularly those such as, in this case, China, that they be prevented from interfering in our elections. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman yield, or does the gentleman reserve?
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the remarks of the gentleman. I have had an opportunity to travel to various portions of Asia since I've been here. In fact, I don't think that there's any place that I've traveled to more. And I must say that as I have consistently traveled the world, and a lot of times with a number of my Republican colleagues, the one thing that I can say has been very bipartisan all term long has been our concerns about the rising threat of the PRC. And so I appreciate your remarks. I appreciate standing together, and that is standing against anyone that is a threat to our elections, as they are what makes America truly great. So thank you so much, and with that, I will yield.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee for the gentleman from Michigan, and I have amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-656, offered by Mr. Klein of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment to H.R. 1516, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act, adds a clear and concise reporting requirement to provide greater transparency to Congress. This amendment requires the Department of Homeland Security to submit a report to the House and Senate committees of jurisdiction detailing any institution of higher education that maintains a relationship with a Confucius Institute or Chinese entity of concern while receiving federal funding from DHS. Throughout many industries and sectors of the PRC, we have seen repeated attempts to disguise the fusion between civil and military life. Undoubtedly, however, the Chinese Communist Party uses Confucius Institutes to extend its national strategy of malign influence abroad. It is well documented that the CCP uses Confucius Institutes to disseminate their communist propaganda, encourage censorship, and discourage academic freedom in the United States. In fact, many colleges and universities have ended their relationships with Confucius Institutes or entities of concern over the past 5 years due to the threats that they pose. Moreover, FBI Director Christopher Wray confirmed to Congress the existential threat caused by counterintelligence and economic espionage from the PRC. Every sector of American society is fair game for the PRC, and infiltrating our colleges and universities to undermine our national security is no different. In closing, the Department of Defense has already restricted funds to these institutions that host a Confucius Institute. It is time for the Department of Homeland Security to fall into line. Congress has a duty to conduct oversight of institutes of higher education that value their relationships with Communist China over national security for the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment and support the underlying bill offered by Congressman Pfluger of Texas, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
And is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to Mr. Klein's amendment. This amendment is impractical, infeasible, like the bill he's trying to amend. This amendment would require the Department of Homeland Security to identify and report on any U.S. college or university that has any relationship with a Chinese entity of concern. The Republican author of H.R. 1516 and the Homeland Security Committee Republicans who rammed this partisan bill through committee should have done a fact-finding before bringing this bill to the floor. Had they done so, then Mr. Klein would not be asking for this impractical amendment because his colleagues would have been able to tell him which universities in the United States have a relationship with a Confucius Institute or Chinese entity of concern. The problem at the heart of this amendment is the Republicans' made-up, overbroad definition of Chinese entity of concern. It requires a multi-part test to identify Chinese universities that participate in military-civil fusion, the Chinese Defense Industrial Base, and receiving funding from the Chinese Communist Party. I agree that those sorts of relationships between Chinese universities and the Chinese Communist Party are a problem. But the term Chinese entity of concern goes way past actual security risk and deems every Chinese university a threat without regard to actual national security concerns. For example, it encompasses any university in China that provides any support to the police. As a result, if a university in China were to provide support for a criminal investigation, such as a crime against a U.S. study abroad student, suddenly the university in China would qualify as a Chinese entity of concern. Even American university campuses located in China would be deemed a Chinese entity of concern if they were provided any sort of support to the police in China. If an American student at an American university's branch in China gets stabbed, that branch campus would become a Chinese entity of concern if it as much as provided translation services to the police to catch the perpetrator. This is absurd. This amendment would drain DHS resources and require DHS to dedicate teams of staff to gain considerable insight into internal Chinese government functions in order to identify which of China's 3,000 universities are an entity of concern. DHS has acknowledged that this would be a struggle. And if that wasn't enough, DHS would then have to figure out which university it provides funds to have a relationship with a Chinese university that meets the entity of concern definition. Those relationships would include perfectly innocent and valuable agreements, including student exchange programs and other cultural programs that help American students get a well-rounded education. H.R. 1516 is already poorly drafted and fatally flawed, so it's not surprising we're adding impractical into the mix with this amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd respond to the gentleman by saying that the Confucius Institutes are indeed a threat. They have actively rebranded their efforts and are alive and well on university campuses across the United States, and Congress has not been able to keep up in combating these new entities because of the rapidly evolving nature of these threats. There's little to no transparency from universities in what type of assistance they receive from the PRC. This is about taxpayer dollars. It's about taxpayer dollars flowing from the Department of Homeland Security to institutions of higher education in this country that are maintaining relationships with Confucius Institutes or Chinese entities of concern, and we owe it to taxpayers to ensure that their dollars are not going to further Chinese soft power influence in this country. So when over $3 billion have flowed from entities connected to the PRC and CCP to universities in the United States as of between 2020 and 2023. I think it's high time that we take action. So I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yield. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 5, printed in Part C of House Report Number 118-656, offered by Mr. Klein of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which adds the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or CAS, to the list of Chinese entities of concern outlined within the bill due to the vulnerabilities and threats posed by openly collaborating with an organization that answers to the Chinese Communist Party and compares notes with the People's Liberation Army. CAS has repeatedly been called out for its problematic ties with the CCP by both the House Foreign Affairs Committee and the bipartisan Congressional Executive Commission on China, stating that it not only is a state-controlled entity, but reports directly to China's State Council. Further, the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission reports that CAS has connections to Chinese military, nuclear, and cyber espionage programs. If that weren't enough to raise alarm bells, it may be of interest to know that the Chinese Academy of Sciences is the parent organization of the now infamous Wuhan Institute of Virology, which engaged in gain-of-function research. The amendment is essential because even as I speak here today, there are American institutions of higher learning engaging with the Chinese Academy of Sciences to study the highly infectious avian bird flu, and they're being paid taxpayer dollars in the form of USDA grants to do it. So long as colleges and universities are comparing notes with Chinese entities of concern like CAS, they should not be receiving DHS grants to conduct research on sensitive topics related to Homeland Security. The Chinese Academy of Sciences should be included within this bill and treated in the same manner as a CCP-controlled Confucius Institute would be. I urge my colleagues to adopt the amendment and pass this important bill, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Does anyone seek recognition in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 6, printed in Part C of House Report Number 118-656, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1516, including my amendment. As a career counterintelligence officer, I've faced off against China on more than one occasion, and I've seen how the Chinese Communist Party exploits data and manipulates minds. Specifically, the so-called Thousand Talents program is one of Chinese Communist Party's premier espionage initiatives. Launched in 2008, the program targets Chinese citizens with expertise in elite programs like the C9 or their top universities, and has a track record of competition in entrepreneurship, professions, and research. These experts often specialize in fields vital to China's global standing, including engineering, mathematics, and next-generation technology. And while a compliment to China, it's not a compliment when they begin targeting the United States. These individuals target U.S. institutions to receive an education at our universities, often backed and paid for by U.S. taxpayers, and then take the knowledge that they've learned back home to Beijing and start operating as agents of China. The CCP designated the 1,000 Talents program to recruit 2,000 highly qualified overseas talents within 5 short years. Since its inception, the program has reportedly recruited more than 15,000 people, many of them serving as espionage agents. There are massive incentives for these individuals to steal intellectual property right here at home. In exchange for the information gathered in the U.S., these scholars receive large salaries, research funding, lab space, and other lucrative rewards upon returning to China. If the U.S. is to remain a global leader and innovation sectors continue to be undaunted, we must ensure that American research and solutions stay out of the hands of our near-peer competitors and certainly our enemies. My bipartisan amendment adds to the highly concerning 1,000 Talents program to the list of Chinese entities of concern, ensuring that no homeland security funding goes to higher education institutions that have contracts or affiliations with the 1,000 Talents program, or to put it in another term, espionage. Not only will this protect taxpayer funds, but it will protect Americans' economy, intellectual property, and national security from CCP counterintelligence operations. I urge everyone to not only support this amendment, but to support the good work being done by this committee. And I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for standing up to China when they do wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member seek recognition in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I want to thank the Chair and the leadership that's been done on both sides of the aisle in moving this forward and further advancing America's security here at home. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair, the
Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union, having under consideration H.R. 1516, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 1516 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to the Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House is in recess and subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1430 and the Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 1516. Will the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 1516, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to establish Department of Homeland Security funding restrictions on institutions of higher education that have a relationship with Confucius Institutes and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment Number 6, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656, offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 4, printed in Part C of House Report 118-656 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 4, printed in Part C of House Report Number 118-656, offered by Mr. Klein of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.